out in front of Home Depot and set it up in some fucking half-acre lot.
And put it
like,
put it on post.
It's like they got a shipping container, put it on post, drywalled it, got plumbing in.
Hey.
I don't know what smoke they were cracking, but
yeah, no, like fucking $500,000 for that. Fuck that.
No, like I can't.
My house is only $220,000.
I can't even accurate without sending people the actual link. Like I sent Park and Court the link. I can send you the link. I can send anyone the link. Like
my house is like 3 times that size, and I spent $200K less.
Right? Like my house is bigger than that, and granted, even now it's valued at like 1/3 of that, even with the buyer market thing. Like it's ridiculous.
I was gonna say, you bought your house outside of the peak, didn't you?
Yeah, like I'm not counting when I bought it. I'm counting right now with every other house selling around me and my property value increasing. Even now, it's still like 1/3 of that.
I don't know, man. Somebody put a fucking shipping container next to your house.
Right. Well, they're on the lake, so.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. That's why they can get away with the $500,000 shipping
it's
container.
Not on the lake. Here,
it has lake access.
Yeah, it's a $500,000 shipping container, but it's got lake access. That's why it's $500,000.
Right.
If I send you this link, Steve, will you look at it?
Yeah.
I imagine not seriously, but
no. I mean, no, definitely not seriously. No, just to see what I'm showing him, because there's a specific picture that shows you exactly its distance from the lake, because it's. For some reason, they thought it was a great idea to put an aerial view on it.
Hey, Ice, when I typed in Roll20 chat, did you see it as ape?
You mean, yeah.
There you are.
Okay. Want to make sure.
Here you go. So, 2 pictures I want you to specifically look at. Picture 3, which is basically the whole house, and picture 30. When you get to 30, I can tell you where that house is, where its dock is, and where my house is.
Where are you sending this link?
To your cell phone.
Oh.
What does that on Discord? Like, you're literally on Discord.
Yeah, I was like, do you not have Discord on your phone?
Would you like it on Discord? Here, hold on.
I mean,
I'll send it on MySpace, Facebook, Pokemon Go. I'm sure Steam.
Hey, if Pokemon
I got
Go
Steam on my phone.
that. I want you to do it on Pokemon Go. I want to see this new fucking feature.
I'll figure it out.
There we go. I'm back now. My computer reset itself.
It's gonna be It's gonna be tattooed on Pidgey's ass that I transfer to you.
Oh my god.
He's gonna transfer Pokemon to you through trades with a URL to an Imgur link. And we chose specifically an Imgur link and not a tiny URL, so that way he had to trade you more Pokemon.
Let's see. I'll
and then you have to figure out the order of the last digits. That's the fun part.
I'll do it on Xbox, Xbox Gaming, Microsoft Gaming, because there's 50 million Microsoft Gaming.
Right.
Yeah, so when you look at the pictures, look at picture 3. That's the house. There's basically nothing hidden in that picture, except the up-down washer-dryer attachments. Because I won't let you die. Get fucked.
No, I can chat as any token I have in the game.
How do you do that?
It's in my drop downs under my chat. So if you look under your chat bubble on Roll20, it'll say yeah, and I have every token I have.
Talk as the skull.
The ape, I like it.
I can select the skull and move it. I can't talk as it.
Or Vex.
Oh my! Why am I not dead yet? Oh right, that large human fellow who constantly keeps me alive despite God's wishes. Thank you, Fighter Man. You are most gracious.
Fighter Man.
Wait, why can't I talk as the Flaming Skull? Oh, that's right, because it's not Flaming Skull.
All right, and then go to picture 30, and I'll tell you where the house is. It has a dock. There is a dock.
I don't know if I can get through to 30.
You just got to sideswipe, my dude.
No, that was a joke, man.
He's trying to say that he doesn't know if he wants to look through it.
That's pretty
It's
good.
inside every fate maker is a skeleton waiting to get out. Don't worry. Oh,
No, the only reason I want you to 30 is because you guys said, Braden Park brought up it's close to the lake. I want to show you how
I
close
was
to the lake.
making a joke
I know.
because I know where your house is. And I know
you
where
do.
that house is.
He doesn't.
All right, when you're done with that, then we'll start.
I mean, we can start whenever.
All right, who wants to tell me what happened last time?
Well, no, wait, I'm not supposed to tell people that.
Well, we were originally trying to figure out what the keys inside the chest did, and after some deduction, we figured out that in order to turn the key on the inside, the chest had to be closed. So we each grabbed inside a chest. We each climbed in the chest, except for Orvex. Turned the keys. Meepo jumped and pressed some buttons on the coffin, and then this zombie monkey man came out and started trying to beat everybody to death, and that's where we left off at. Yay!
There was one very important part you missed out on at the very end of the game.
Oh, that's right. I think it's Meepo. He got Monkey Man in him now.
And then
And then
there
was something else you missed at the very
he
end.
handed the mall to somebody.
Oh, he handed the mall.
It was a mace.
Mace.
Whatever.
To
I'm gonna say
Roger?
John. I'm gonna say
it was me.
No, John
Yeah.
has it because he's naked.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, he
John-
needs
John's
a
naked.
weapon.
Yeah.
That was a little rude to leave him with just a paper cutter.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not
Give him
even
a
a good
dagger.
part of the lake.
Okay, are you on picture 30?
Yeah.
Okay. You see on the bottom left corner, there's a road with a red dot. You see the red dot?
Yeah.
If you zoom in, you'll see that's a truck. That's the house for sale. My house is directly left of the red truck. You'll see the long driveway. That's my house. Do you see where the docks are?
That's so stupid.
How goes the adventure? We're about to start, and one of the people who was out last session is about to be brought back in. All right, yes, last time we left off, Meepo had touched the... You did identify it, right, Meepo? And I sent you the card? Yeah, it's in chat.
Yeah.
Meepo identified the Mace of Terror, and after... Did you explain what happened?
Nope.
Okay.
I did not.
No, he did not.
So then
Because
you...
I mean, hypothetically, I don't even think I know. I think someone asked. I think what happened. Someone asked me if I saw him, and I said yeah, and then I don't think I really elaborated on what happened.
Right. Okay. Also, KB, congratulations on the kid, man. I know I said it before, but have fun not sleeping for like 2 years.
Maybe is that the guy from Town of Salem?
No, that is the guy from my Wednesday campaign. He goes by Ralston.
No, it's the guy we used to play with. It sounded like that in Town of Salem.
Oh, now you're streaming. Gotcha.
I've been streaming for the last... I don't know how long.
10
Anyway.
minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. So after Meepo identified the Mace of Terror, he had since handed it off to John, and we ended right as John touched the mace.
Oh yeah, true. That is exactly where we ended.
Yep.
Yeah, it's literally where he ended.
Yeah.
After seeing Meepo touch the mace and red smoke formed into a shape of some form, that shape, that red smoke coming out and roaring at him in the outline of a monkey with a long tail. And the last thing you heard before Meepo touched it was this smoke yelling, "Let me in." John now reaches for the mace. John?
Yes.
You got a mace.
Ooh, I got a mace.
He got himself a smashing thing.
Well, hello there. Good news. I am done with this one. I hope he's not too worse for wear. I may pick him again at some point, but Die or don't, it doesn't matter to me.
Darius,
Yes.
you now there was a moment where everybody was in the room, and you remember everybody was in the room, and then in the blink of an eye, all of a sudden, two or three of your party members are missing. The remaining people here, you see Bartholomew, Roger, Meepo, John, Orvex. Their positions have shuffled. The sarcophagus that was in the center of the room is shattered. And instead of a stone sarcophagus, you see crystal pieces all over the floor. Just an instant, all of this happened, as if time has shifted.
And now the light's in your face.
You don't know how long has passed. You don't know if you were somewhere else. All you know is you're in this room, you blinked, and everything changed.
Just to let you know, I don't see anything on Roll20.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
He might need to scroll around to the spot, because when the game was loaded, I had to scroll to the area where you actually were.
I'll say shift them left and right. That might update the screen.
I see him.
Like, no, you should.
So when I first loaded in, I couldn't see anything. So I came out of where exactly? Like this corner over here?
Yep, you were in this. No, you were in this room. You've been in this room. You guys got to here. There's the adamantine fan blade that you guys dismantled. You were observing these 3 chests in this room. Nanter was here. Frogwin was here. And then in the blink of an eye, everybody's position changed. Nanter and Frogwin are gone. Sarcophagus isn't in the middle of the room, and now you just have a bunch of shattered crystal shards in the middle of the room. Your position hasn't changed.
Right. Just
everything else around
everything
you
that
has.
happened between now and then has changed.
Yes. And you have no idea what happened. You didn't go anywhere. You've been here the whole time. At least in your mind. From your memory, you've been here the whole time. Just in the blink of an eye, everything changed.
That's the Fire Nation.
Everything changed when the Holy Undead got attacked.
Everything.
Okay.
You guys see Zarius appear, except for John and Meepo.
I guess I imagine I probably wouldn't see it either.
No, you can see it from there.
I mean,
no,
your
that's 20
perception's a
feet.
billion.
Yeah, your perceptions. You would know.
I feel like he's here.
This would
You feel his
have
presence.
Ultra Instinct.
It's Sarah's safe. I feel a presence.
I look around. Does everybody look like they've been like screwed up?
Orvek's looking pretty bad. Bartholomew's looking a little frosty.
Very frosty.
John's missing some
Well,
gear.
how long has that been? Would the ice melt off at this point, or is it magic ice?
It's been like 10 minutes.
Okay, fair enough.
So what happened to you guys?
Wait,
yeah,
Wait, what happened to you?
Where did?
Oh, the strange one's back. Hi.
Oh, Zarius, you're back.
Yeah.
I'm not
Sorry.
100% sure what happened.
Well, this is not the first time. It happened to Meepo as well. It seems our host has taken keen liking to snatching a few of us and then bringing them back exactly where he snatched them with no recollection of any period of time that passed. You were gone for an hour, half an hour, something along that line. It's hard to tell in here how time passes.
So I like look over. So basically, you were standing there. We're all there, and then you blinked, and everybody's gone. That what happened?
Yeah, and then a voice booms out always.
Zarius,
first.
he was talking to you.
So I remember I'm basically no, it's more I'm trying to figure out how this worked exactly. Like Zar has no memory of anything after being absorbed.
You don't know you were absorbed. You've been here the whole time. For you, nothing
Okay.
happened except for everybody's position changed in the blink of an eye.
So
Okay, that's what I
imagine
was confused about.
blinking
Like, was it
and
like
time skips.
does it?
Imagine
is
you're playing a game and it's lagging really hard, and all your friends are there, and then
I was about
next
to say,
frame they're
Yeah.
all gone.
Is that
Exactly.
essentially what just happened? Is I lagged for 30 seconds and now everybody left me in a different room?
Well, for you, time hasn't passed.
Uh-huh.
For you, this all happened in a millisecond, like in the beat of a heart. It all happened
We
at the same
then
time.
we teleported, and now we're like behind you in another room, and on the other side of the room, and stuff changed, and the environment's different. Like, yeah, just poof, done.
Yeah.
Okay. So repeat what you said.
So I'm basically describing it. So like you were standing there, and you were looking at us, and we were all doing stuff, and the next thing we're like completely different places, and like nothing makes sense. You're wondering why everything's changed.
Yeah, you weren't there. In fact, I think I was probably the closest to where you're positioned at right now.
Yeah, stuff like that happens. I don't know. We've just kind of accepted it at this point that the temple's weird. I don't know.
So what do you mean stuff like that happens? Like
It just happens. I don't. I could ask the sun god if you really want, but I don't know if he'll have answers.
I believe
Seems hard.
what the little one was saying is it happened to him too. The Nanter and Miss Frogwin are gone as well, much like you were. I hope that they come back.
I look around. Son of a bitch! Stop stealing our people.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do about it? Like, there's nothing really we can do.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing we can do because I didn't even realize that I was taken, let alone that
Yeah.
you guys like that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep, that happened to me too.
Seems our host who likes to snatch us is keen on seeing me playing games because he always says before he returns someone, "I'm done with this one."
So, do you remember any of the games that happened to you, Meepo?
Nope. Like I said, blink of an eye, everybody changed. I have no lapse in memory of it.
Maybe he's pulling us away to see if the rest of the party can handle it.
Possibly. Maybe he feels that we're not needed for the current task. I don't.
Maybe he feels like whoever gets taken away might have something better to do elsewhere.
Oh no, Roger's roof caved in.
Maybe out of character, we should just stop questioning this because it's really not worth explaining. Do we just accept it?
No, it's fine to question it. I'm just being.
So it's safe to assume that anyone with a skull, is that a skull icon? What's the icon over Orvex?
That is a black mask.
Oh, they're wearing the masks.
Those are the people who have them. This is
Gotcha.
for my mental notes.
So
Character sheet.
You got those are the only 4 people that still have the paper mache masks.
Yep, I still have mine.
You know the mask where Lumi died?
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I
that's
wasn't
the
there
part
for
where
that
he
session.
died.
No one added that to my sheet. I didn't know I had this.
That's why I have markers on the 4 people who still have theirs.
Okay.
That haven't been burned.
So
keep it, Meepo.
Zar is going to stand here and start channeling his holy magic. Anyone who needs healing, get as close as possible without touching me.
Oh, well, that'll be me. I'll be back here to allow for others.
I need it as well. Let me get over here.
Zarius, anyone in the pit is 20 feet below you, just to let you know.
So I need to. What should I need to climb out of the pit?
What's your dex and strength?
Dexterity is 20. Strength is 9.
Yeah, you get out, no problem.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do is, you know what? Everyone's pretty roughed up, right?
Roger's not. Roger's looking pretty spiffy.
I say Meepo's not hurt.
Bartholomew's very.
Well, I meant the ones
freezer
who died
burnt.
around him.
I have a slight nick on my shoulder, or like on my face. It's bleeding slightly. That's about it.
That's like when Parkless was in a car accident and all he had was a cut on his pinky finger.
Well, if nobody's super severe, then I won't do it as big.
Bartholomew looks like a freezer burn chicken.
Oh, so he.
Yeah, no,
Bartholomew and
Bartholomew.
Orvex look like the worst of us.
All right. Well, since Bartholomew looks like he could, you look like you got hit by a frost giant of some sort.
Yes.
Zarus is going to channel his divine magic and call upon his deity to cast a 4th level prayer of healing. So how do I cast that in roll 20 again?
You hit the thing on D&D Beyond, and
Ta-da.
Do I have it synced up with D&D Beyond?
if you have Beyond 20, it does it on its own as long as you have the character sheet open. And
There we go.
see, that's what I'm used to. I don't know why Hectics looked weird.
What, are we back to
That's
the tiered? Yeah. What,
Yeah,
like, what is up with
I
that?
don't know what happened.
I
On
wondered that as well.
That's
Wait, I gotta
kind of
test this.
low, but
Disregard this. I gotta test this. Yeah, nothing's highlighted for me here. Something about hectic
Anyway.
setting.
Yeah, something about Hectics. Anyway, everybody gets 21.
yeah. So the way that it works is up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit points equal to 4d8 plus 4. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs. So there's 5 people.
Well, never mind. Orvex doesn't get healed. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
plot
no,
twist.
big spoiler there, guys.
Sorry, did you say you were healing me? I didn't feel a thing.
Zar
Thought it would
turns on
feel
his
more
heel
better.
and just immediately divine smite.
And
That's
then,
sorry to keep him alive. Can you not do
Roger
this to us?
protects him.
and then Orvex's chest opens up and you see some gears. Oh, double plot twist. It was a construct the whole time.
We've already been through this plot twist once.
Um,
Can't do this again.
So because I
True.
didn't
I've already
realize it
seen
was
this
up to
story.
6 creatures
Mhm.
park, I'm going to include Zar on it as well, if that's possible, because he's technically able to see himself.
Yeah, it should work.
So I mean, I'm only missing 4 HP, so that puts me at max.
And the 6th would be Meepo.
Yeah, so everybody gets hit for 21.
Gets hit.
Ow.
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 Orvex dies.
Well, this seems worse than before. I liked before better.
Who brought him back?
That hits.
So-
I'm unconscious.
Anyway.
So wait, how much was it again? Sorry.
21 points of healing.
Okay, I heal for 2. Got
You
it.
know what? Screw you, Park. If somebody kills Zar, I'm making a monk, and it's going to be a monk of mercy, and I will be able to literally smack a bitch and heal them.
You can
Can
certainly
we
try.
please kill him quickly? I want healing slaps.
I just got in trouble. The kid's home. The kid's home, and I just got yelled at by the wife.
Because
Oh,
somebody
boy.
said the big bad B word.
See, now this is where instead, like my next character, I'll be a druid, and the way he fills you up, he just slaps your stomach and summons food inside your stomach for you.
So, yeah, 21 points of healing to everybody within range. And is anybody feeling sick to their stomach?
Oh, Park, you have my AC wrong.
I feel like my head probably hurts, but I think my stomach's fine.
What's it supposed to be?
I'm sorry, what did you say,
20.
Meepo?
20?
My stomach's probably fine. My head probably hurts a bit.
Yes, 20.
What?
My AC is also wrong.
Yeah,
I got
forgot.
attacked by Spirit Gorilla. You missed it. It's fine. Spirit Gorilla, it's okay.
Gotcha.
What is yours, John?
My AC is 16 now.
John, you go ahead and edit your inventory. Add the Mace of Terror.
I already did.
You said 16?
16 is what it says now.
Meepo, go ahead and remove it if you haven't.
I already removed it the second I gave it to him. I believe
Perfect.
I will double check, but I'm pretty sure because usually I'll add something to look at it and link it. No, I didn't. Look at that. Hold on.
Also, remember the thing that we talked about that repo?
Yeah, no, trust me, I very much remember. I'm still
Okay. All right, divine holy light of the disappearing Zarius has filled your lungs and your life force. Looks like everybody's probably back to looking pretty good. The sarcophagus is shattered and crystallized. The mace has switched hands.
Zara's going to shake his hand out and be like, that's my last really strong spell, so try not to get hit by a frost giant while I'm not paying attention.
It wasn't
That
the
sounds
first giant.
fun.
Technically, it was a chest. I point to the blue chest behind me. Is that fucking thing there?
Why did you touch it?
I didn't touch it. I was trying to turn the key inside of it.
Well, technically,
we all had
you
to.
had to touch it to get inside of it.
Zara just motions to Orvex.
That's it.
I mean, just like I said, to nobody touch the mace, and then immediately touch the mace like an idiot. It happens. It's fine.
Well, I'm just
fair
happy.
enough. I can argue with that.
I'm just happy to have something else besides the letter cutter that Meepo gave me.
Oh, by the way, I'm
yes.
pretty sure that dagger was half melted. I'm pretty sure, because I think I did something to it a while ago.
Well, Meepo, would you like that dagger back?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, I can. I don't feel like re-adding it personally. If that's really the only reason.
If you want, I have a magic dagger. If you want that too, just in case, you know.
By the way, it wasn't a dagger. It was literally a scholar's knife. Like,
Wasn't doing anything.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have letter opener in the thing.
it might as well
Scholar's
been a
knife.
little.
Oh, is it actually in there?
Should be able to look
Yeah,
under
it's a
knife.
scholar's pack. It's like a knife. It's just a base. It wasn't even a weapon. I'm surprised he let you make it into a dagger, because it really would not have qualified as a dagger.
Well, for Meepo, it would qualify as a dagger.
For me, it would qualify as a sword.
For a normal person, it would be a letter opener. Or a dart. Take your pick.
I only see Scholar's Pack.
Meh.
Okay.
I thought there was something
Anyway.
under knife, but
Yeah, it's literally just knife. A knife.
sniff. All right, so what are you guys doing?
Small knife.
Yep, that's it.
All right, I'll swap dagger to small knife then.
Well, currently Zarius is surrounded by a bunch of men in a crypt, so
And an especially old one, little man.
as long as he doesn't ask me to go to his basement for some popsicles.
I don't want you to come to my basement, but I have a propensity of staying alive.
Actually, I feel like he's trying to kill himself more and more every day, but
Why, yes.
Not good.
Well, just think of it this way, Orvax. If it doesn't kill you, it definitely makes you stronger.
I have a whole freezer full of extra lives down in my basement. Because my arthritis. Why don't you come on down to the basement and give me one of those live forces?
Turns
I
out
suddenly
he's-
feel
he's
like
the
we
one
need
the
to
whole
kill this
time.
old man.
Get your fat ass back here. Roger, this one's trying to kill me.
God, please no.
It's Otagani and Roger all over again.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, speaking of that,
I don't know why
Well,
I
I
can do
forgot.
Herbert so well. It just
you did pretty
happens.
well.
I didn't even really try. It just happened one day.
I don't know how you do it so well. It's kind of weird, but I'm not gonna say nothing about it.
Well, you see, little
Here's
sweeper snapper, it's called voice acting. You just gotta figure out where the voice is and then hit your mark every time.
Get your fat ass.
Get your fat ass back here. Give me that little piggly son bitch.
Since we're done here, should we I don't know, leave this death trap?
I don't think we ever get to leave this death trap, honestly. Sure, we've all tried.
This
Oh
room.
yes, this
Well,
room.
this room isn't a death trap. It's
But so are all the other ones, so it's all
one
a
of
death
the
trap.
many traps we have to figure out to free the tricksters. Just like the next one, where I believe Moa resides, is that skull, and the spiders, but I feel we should probably. We might have to come back to that one once we're a little bit. Well, probably with everybody.
Yes, I agree.
Meepo.
Yeah.
You just have a feeling that you just want to leave this room and just keep going.
You
said you want to get out of this death trap, right? Let's go then.
Who was that? Hello?
Oh,
I was distracted for a minute. What was that?
That was something you didn't know.
Okay.
That was to Meepo.
am I in the hole or?
Oh,
You're in the hole.
How do I get out of? How do I get out of?
Climb 20 feet, lizard man.
Can I guess I would like to climb 20 feet to here.
What is your strength index?
Not good. 11, 14, so 0 and 2.
Give me an acrobatics or athletics.
Acrobatics is this. So we'll do that. That works out.
Pretty good.
Yeah, you've seen lizards climb walls before. Now you've seen a big lizard climb a wall.
Up the wall.
I knew
And
he was
I'm just gonna kind of like weave my way out of here. There.
God, where is he going?
Technically
Meepo.
there.
Meepo?
But yeah, you said we said to get out of here, so I'm getting out of here.
Okay.
Should someone take the skull?
No, fuck that skull. No.
We're leaving it behind?
That now, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna try to climb out.
It'd help if I unmuted myself.
A little bit.
A little bit.
I'm trying to. I thought paladins could see, detect good and evil. Is that a spell?
It is.
Yeah, it's.
Well, shit.
You might have to activate it. It's like a cantrip, but
I don't think he has it.
I'd like to climb out.
All right. You want to double check those knots?
Oh, he
Well,
does.
first, I have to climb out.
Yeah, no,
There's
you
no
can
knot.
you can make it out pretty easily. Simple
Okay,
enough.
it's like there's no knots down here, but yeah, I would definitely make sure that these knots right here are safe. So it's gonna take a few. As I see people, especially John, trying to get to the rope, I say, hold on. There's been some combat. Let me make sure these knots are secure before you come over. I mean, I was down there, but I don't need you to fall. You might break an arm, and then where would we be? He, like Zarius just said, he just used a big healing spell. So
I still have energy. I don't know if I just heard you say that because I still see you. So
yeah,
I
we're
assume
in the same room.
Yeah.
We're in the same 20 feet. Well, yeah, you have energy, but what if John falls and breaks his arm, and then Bartholomew falls and breaks his beak, and then Orvex falls and breaks his head?
there was a man called Darwin back where I lived.
Bartholomew speaks up. Raj, you do know my beak isn't a part of my actual face, right?
Whatever you say, Birdman.
Okay.
In case you also didn't have green skin.
Yes. Yes.
I haven't forgotten.
Sadly, you have not.
But as the events of the last encounter, I wasn't going to bring it up. So, I don't know what you have now. You may have a beak.
We'll talk about it more once we get out of this room.
So, I check the knots 4 times.
All right.
And the python twice.
All right, that'll take about 10 minutes. What are you doing, Meepo? You left the room?
And no, I don't let anyone come to the ledge until I check the knots in python. John, or
He said, I'm going
I am
to
going
fuck
to
that
say
skull
my
up."
own word, obviously. So, and then come out here where I know I am very well protected by my pupper.
What's the password?
I said the password.
Okay, I missed it. My bad.
I didn't say when around the corner that I said.
Yeah, you just keep fading in and out with your voice sometimes.
My
I
bad.
must have missed that.
All right, I want to
You're sitting there with your pupper?
drop down here.
Yeah, no, I feel pretty safe. This is a good spot. Nothing really gets me without me knowing.
I'm gonna drop down here, and I'm going to stare at the skull for a moment before Zara's eyes flash a dull white color, and he casts Detect Good and Evil.
What's the radius?
Focused on self, 30-foot radius.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Hey, that's pretty good.
15-foot
Ooh.
radius. No,
Oh,
30-foot
sorry.
radius. You're right. Within 30
Yeah.
feet of you.
Yeah.
Bartholomew, what's your alignment?
Uh,
I want to know
Pretty
Orbex
sure.
is.
If I remember right, it is chaotic neutral.
Okay, let me rephrase. Are you good or evil? Just say yes or
Neither.
no.
Yeah,
Or good,
yes.
evil, or none?
I'm more on the good side.
No. Are you specifically good or evil?
Good.
You said you're chaotic neutral. That is neither good nor evil. That is neutral.
I gave you the answer. I gave you chaotic neutral. That's what you asked. You said yes or no. So.
Yeah, I know. I meant to say good, evil, or none. Okay. John, are you good or evil?
Chaotic good.
You're good. Roger, are you good or evil?
I am good.
All right. So you get.
You think there's some good, but there's one thing, beam of evil, that just over encompasses everything around you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You do not detect anything. Zarius.
Like nothing from anybody or nothing from the skull?
Nothing from anybody. There is no aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of your location. And there is not magical consecration or desecration.
Fair.
Yeah.
What's the range on that? I just want
30 feet.
He kind of just stares for a moment before reaching over and picking the skull up.
All right, it's pretty heavy. Since you weren't here for the description of the skull, right? Or do you know?
I was not here for that.
Okay. So it is a normal humanoid skull, except for the top portion. Actually, it should be in your journal. Go to your journal, and I gave a triangle head handout.
Journal. Ah, here it is. Oh, interesting.
I think you were here when John deduced that he thinks that it might be some. It kind of has the same kind of look of a very large key to something, but it's not like any key he's ever seen. He just gets that feeling with how it's crafted.
Huh. And nothing happens when I pick it up? Like, it
No,
doesn't?
it's pretty heavy. The metal is made out of adamantine. Well, it's heavier than a normal skull would be, but it's lighter than you expect being made of metal.
Okay. So, he's going to put it in his bag and look around. So, are we leaving or are we staying here?
I thought on leaving.
Yeah, so I don't think we can gain anything else from this place.
You just want me to add something and call it Triangle Head?
Yeah, you could do triangle head skull.
We're leaving. I just want to make sure that, the path of leaving hasn't been damaged in the last combats we did.
Roger, are you almost done? I would like to vacate as well.
I don't think you want to fall on your arm either, Orvex. That's a long fall.
I don't know. There seems to be something calling me to the void, as they say.
You gotta let me know when I'm done inspecting.
All right, if nobody else is doing anything, it's been about 10 minutes. Roger finished his inspections. He says it's safe to cross.
All right, this looks good. And then I move down to here. Say the password. Don't
Hey,
even
John.
begin to ask me what it is, because I said it like 4 times when it was popped up. Are you gonna make me say it? Figure it out.
Don't know the password.
I told him the password. To be honest, I don't remember my own password. To be honest.
Yeah, like that. I got LastPass for that stuff.
Zarius wasn't here for the pass. No, Zarius was here for the password.
Was I?
Yeah. You popped out in this. You got disappeared in this room, so you were here for the password. Fine. Call it the password's friend. Why not?
I was thinking because it was something like Scruffy or like Popper.
I
like
think
it was
something
dog.
like friend.
Bellog.
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 Okay, you guys say the password. I'm not gonna make you roll.
We agreed when it was put up. As long as we say we're saying the password before we enter, it counts.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it goes a long time between sessions.
I mean, as a spellcaster, wouldn't I just automatically know my own password?
I don't know. As a human, do you always remember your own phone number?
Yes.
I was say that's the one thing I do remember.
Yeah, I was like, my phone number's pretty good.
What about your bank account number?
How about your social security number?
Yeah, prove
I
it.
know my
What's your
social
social?
security
Prove it.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Yeah, you guys make it through. Say the password.
I mean, do you remember the street you grew up on where you graduated high school?
I bet you don't even know your mother's maiden name. What kind of son are
what's
you?
your mother's maiden name?
What was your first dog's name?
Who's your favorite superhero?
Remember that?
Where was your first job? What's the make and model of your first job?
What's your mother's maiden name?
I already went over that.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Shockingly, I do know what my first job is. Do all of you?
Movies 400?
Yes.
No, mine was Kroger.
Kroger.
14 bag boy.
My first legal job or my first job?
It's like, my first legal job was bag boy at Kroger also.
Mine was Taco Bell.
That was not a legal job.
No, that was my first legal job.
That was his first.
Oh,
Mark
I
and
was
I's
like,
first
hold on a
legal
second.
job was the card store.
Was stock boys at a card shop.
They should not have hired us, but hey, we got them profits. We found product they forgot about. It sold fast.
Organized their shelves and got a manager fired.
You told your friends about it?
That too. All right.
Sorry, is you joining us?
Sorry, I was eating my boiled peanuts and texting your wife.
Then the roof caved in.
No, it's fine. He can text her. Keeps her out of my hair.
Well, the funny part about it was I was texting your wife about my wife, so I don't know why.
Wow, you're that whipped, huh?
Well, I haven't given her Courtney's phone number. And I guess Courtney hasn't texted her yet.
I don't think she wants you to.
No, she told me to.
You missed Hectic's rat familiar. Are you ready, Zarius, for his rat familiar?
Sure.
There you go. Wait, why can't you see it?
Oh my god, that's great.
Wait, you can see it?
It's a rat-a-tat.
Yeah.
Why can't
I see it?
I see it.
Yeah, why can't I see it on my player screen? Fuck.
Your player's not a player.
The only person who should be able to see it no matter what.
Right? That's all kinds of weird. Oh well.
Best rat familiar.
All right, what are you guys
10
doing?
out of 10.
But we still have to I say John will chime in. We still have more to explore of this tomb, right? Maybe we go a direction you guys haven't gone yet?
I mean, the only
Right.
direction we haven't gone is down.
That's what I was saying. We need to. I don't. Well, there's the sewer system, but I don't think there's anything fruitful there right now. So down the stairs is probably best because this. And I kind of nudge, even though nobody can see me except Meepo and John. Behind me is. We don't want to. We don't want to go here yet. We've had bad luck.
As you hear the floating skull, ooh, I'm a floating, talking skull. Sorry.
All right then.
I don't know where would be the best way to go.
Well, we need to go down those stairs.
So who's going to take lead?
I feel like one of the heavily armored ones should go first.
That, or as I have found, anyone who is more stealthy may be a good scout.
I was gonna say, I know John. I know you just lost some equipment, but there's so many traps here. Maybe somebody looking for mechanisms or pressure plates will probably be a good first, so that we just don't stumble into anything.
So you guys are still gonna keep adventuring?
Well, we have to find the tricksters to. We promised the trickster gods that we'd free them.
Okay. That can't wait for a little bit?
That's kind of the pressing matter at hand. I mean, we need to be slow and cautious about it because there's. You missed it, but you pressed the button. I felt something. Who knows what kind of destructive magics were in it for me? Bartholomew almost became an icicle, and poor John has been here less than a day and lost all his equipment.
I mean, they're all still alive, so.
Mm-hmm.
And we completed the puzzle, so that seems like a win-win.
Well, there's another puzzle up ahead. There's always another puzzle.
Yeah, and there will always be another puzzle, but I think we need to rest.
I kind of agree with Meepo. I think we should at least rest somewhere.
I'm just gonna start ritual casting the bubble, and if someone gets in, they get in. If not, oh well. So.
Mine's getting in it. I don't know about you.
So we're taking a rest.
I mean, if you don't want to, go for it. I'm taking a rest.
Yeah.
How long do you want to rest here on the balcony, Meepo?
8 hours, as long as possible.
On the balcony. Do you want to go back to the throne area where the banshee, where we got these masks? It's more secured than the hole behind me with the swarms of spiders and shrieking skeleton skull and the stairs that we have no idea what's down there.
I mean, the bubble, nothing can pass that I don't let it, so we're safe wherever.
Well, I do have some knowledge of the stairs. I did come up that way to find you guys.
Roger gets closer to Meepo.
You guys have been awake for almost 10 hours.
10 hours? Okay.
Yeah, I've been out of spells since 2 hours in. So.
Let's see. I'm down to 2.
What am I?
4 spells. I have 4 slots left.
Orvex, get over here. Make sure you're in the bubble with me.
What do I have? I have 3 firsts. Yeah, that's it. I have 3 firsts. That's all I have left.
I have 2 firsts, a third, and a fourth.
Third and fourth. Well, that's the power you got there.
Well, if we're resting, if we rest for 4 hours, I can get all of my strong spells back.
No, I'm getting a full rest.
The reason I keep bringing it up is you can't long rest twice in a 24-hour period. So you would literally have to sit there for like 6 more hours and then rest 8 hours. That's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is no.
You can. You would just have to wait 6 more hours and then rest. About 6 hours. That's all.
Well, I am following you guys as my goddess has told me. I don't mind healing everybody, but if the little one thinks that it is incapable of doing anything at its current state, we should probably do as it asks.
I mean, we are already a little short-handed with whatever his name is taking us from time to time. So, all right, Meepo, if your bubble can hold, then let us know when you feel rejuvenated.
I mean, I feel like we've deserved some rest. We've done really well so far. We're all still, most of us are still alive.
Some of us more than others.
Well, that's why we get the rest.
So we're resting for 24 hours. Is that what I'm hearing?
16.
16.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna just kill time for 16 hours in this hallway.
Let's see. Does Zar have a dice kit or some playing cards?
I say I would like to know how we came about knowing about these trickster gods and that they needed our help.
Horvath.
Oh, somebody
So, on
asking
a
for the
side
history
note-
of the 9 gods?
Before he
Yeah,
starts
man.
on that, Zar's gonna pull out a deck of cards. I will keep watch. But for 4 hours I'll need to stay motionless. But before then I can offer a game of cards to people.
I mean, are you wanting to gamble? Because gambling's very risky. Like what? I mean, if I have jerky or rations and you get them, then what will happen if I need food?
I wasn't suggesting gambling.
Oh, a friendly game.
Yes. Have you ever played Old Maid?
Currently, Zarius and John are not inside. Would not be inside the bubble.
Wait, what?
I was in the yellow.
The yellow is not the bubble. The yellow is the watchhound area.
Oh,
The
okay.
bubble is
I was hold on. Let me
tiny
read this.
area in a tiny area.
Hey, can I stand on top of the dog?
Yeah, dog isn't
Yeah,
there.
that doesn't exist.
You don't.
You
Can I
don't
stand
see
on
the
top of Meepo?
Yes, actually.
Actually, you could. Yes.
You technically
Yeah, he's small enough.
Oh, it is 10 feet. You're not wrong. Shit.
I'm
Okay,
straddling the lizard.
I bet he's in your lap like a dog or a cat.
Well, how tall is Zarius?
He's I think he's 6. He's either
boy.
5'10" or 6. I can't remember which one I put.
Yeah. No, I have
Meepo's-
a hut template just to.
See, isn't Meepo
Okay.
the same
Reason.
size as
You
a
know what?
halfling?
I now have a person with their balls on my forehead. I'm not happy about it.
You wanted to rest, little man. Now
I'm
rest.
I'm gonna put like kind of like push Roger back a little bit and like take his spot.
It's like
You're
you
a
don't.
kobold. We can occupy the same space.
See, your balls on my face are not occupying anything right now.
I challenge you to push me.
I tried to push Roger.
Strength check contested.
I'm gonna put my orange juice up. I'll be right back, motherfucker.
So just pure
Contested strength,
will
yeah.
be-
God, Meepo, no!
Before I roll, would you like to know my strength bonus?
Is it +7?
It's a +5.
Plus 5.
The
Maybe
lowest he
fail.
can roll is a tie. Okay.
I don't even need to
You
try.
don't get pushed, but you don't counter grapple him.
I'm just like pushing against his shins.
Yeah, it's just a kid just pushing up against somebody, and the guy isn't even paying attention.
So,
I mean-
Orbex.
Can you
Okay,
please just move so I don't have, this man hovering over me?
I told you we shouldn't rest here. You had to rest here. And I'm staying in the bubble.
You will be next to me. You'll be in the bubble.
What is it? This? There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
like-
There's
Okay.
there's 2 feet of space for the lizard person.
There. I'm just in between
There
them.
it is.
But you get to smell my feet as I take off my shoes.
Good. Maybe I enjoy that.
Oh God.
You never asked me what his fetishes were.
You need to look out for blisters all this walking. So I definitely, since we're resting, I inspect all my gear and Orvex's gear.
I'm going to start again ritual cast. Like I kind of have to like race like chalk markings. Like fuck, fuck. Okay. Move
Okay.
the circle just slightly.
Take another 11 minutes.
We're not.
I don't think I got the entire 11 minutes. I thought we were still like starting.
No, you cast it and then realized not everybody could fit.
Oh.
All right, and you'll do another 11 minutes. We'll get.
Yeah,
to
I guess
that.
so. We're wasting more time. Why not?
Yes, John, I think it was.
Yes.
You asked me a question. What do you mean, yes?
I say, can you explain how you guys came across these trickster gods needing help? Like,
Oh,
what?
the tricks, I believe it started when one of your friends here spoke to one of them in a dream, I think. I
Which
don't
one?
remember if it was Nanta or Roger. It could have even been Meepo.
I remember talking to one of them, Ajin, I think her name was.
Oh, right, that's the rabbit thing. Yes.
Yes, yes.
The rabbit thing. Who are you, and what have you done with Orvex?
Wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
DM doesn't remember exactly what each animal is off the top of his head.
The Almirage? Almirage?
Mirage is what are you saying?
Yeah,
Almiraj.
Yeah.
A Mirage.
A mirage. Yeah.
I don't know how else to pronounce it.
I was working on looking at it. Yes, the Almirage.
See, since Roger has been versed well in the 9 gods multiple times, both in talking to everybody, I have that bookmarked. Surprised nobody else has done this yet.
That's funny.
I have that bookmark that I pull up every session. This is how Roger.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I always identify these guys every time it's brought into question.
I was about to show the Almirage to people. There you go.
There you go. The 9 trickster gods in the Tomb of Annihilation of Omu.
Oh.
Surprised nobody's done that yet.
I love just Kubazan chilling there. Like,
Yeah.
Kubazan's like, blah.
Right. Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
It's like little rabbit unicorn, a nice little gopher, a bitchin' frog. There's a crane,
gopher.
and then Kubazan.
Yeah, like
the eldritch horror.
Like, has it ever surprised you, Park, when everything's like, and Roger's just like, oh, you mean Shigambi, the Kumadan? I figured between Orvex and everything happening, I've been told multiple times all of these.
Yes.
And I've put it to memory.
No,
So I
fair.
figured bookmark it.
That's acceptable, yeah.
Because I talked to Orvex.
Mhm.
Yep. So there you go. Enjoy the bookmark.
But yes, I believe that is how we heard about it. Or they heard they were in distress. I thought they were dead.
I see. And so they called upon this group for the help.
Well, to be honest, John, there's a
kind of just stumbled, yeah.
well, I came into the port in Zaru here on this island, and I was asked to go find a party who was assisting an individual named Sylvanus, I think. Bartholomew or yeah, Bartholomew. Who is that contact you had in Zaru?
Sindra Sylvain?
That's the lady. Yeah, she wasn't feeling too good. And there's a curse going on that's basically You can't resurrect. You can't revive dead people, and undead are kind of everywhere. And it's supposed to be somewhere here on this island. And after a lot of, I think I've been here for months. A lot of walking and almost dying multiple times from thirst or starvation or frog people. We found that this city of Omu is probably the center of it, and there are trickster gods involved in kind of like a power struggle with this lich that is the host of this temple or tomb, and he sealed them away.
Sorry, quick side note. It is funny that Bartholomew is the current only person here that is here right now that is actually contracted by Sindra Sylvain.
Yeah.
No one else
I'm
has
sort
been
of like a subcontractor.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
no
actually
one strong
funny.
representative.
To be honest, I don't care who you guys work for.
Yeah, because it would be Frogwind, Bartholomew, and Nanter.
Yep.
Yep.
But those two aren't here, so
Yep.
I just thinking about that. That's actually pretty funny.
And I was asked to find you guys, but Otogane's dead, and
Bartholomew surprisingly isn't dead yet.
I completely forgot your first character.
Olwen.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. We were just talking about you.
I finally finished it.
What?
Finally finished my homework. So now I'm
Congrats.
sorry
So
for
guess
being
what?
late.
You're gonna sit in a place for 16 hours.
Yes.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Hot D&D action right there.
This is the high fantasy role playing action you tune in
Right.
for.
Wow, it's just like real life.
They're
talking
so
about?
good.
We're having
Not
story
wrong.
time.
I don't move for 16 hours. Hot damn.
I sit in one place for 16 hours too. Wow.
Relatable.
Life
So
is a
yes,
paper.
I believe I thought these gods, trickster gods, were dead. Personally, imagine my surprise, somebody who has studied them most of his life, that they are not.
You even got to talk to one, if I'm correct.
Right? And then, John, somebody like me, I not only did I get a dream of a god, but there's one inside me right now.
Zar just
This
kind of
thing
eyeballed
is-
him.
this
I
thing-
awkwardly laugh.
Like imagine. Oh.
So why is you said her name was Oblaka? She's occupying your mind as well?
Me, John?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Oblaka is it within me. Yeah, that's true. Not mine. I think we more sort of share existence.
Shit,
You
I
share a
forgot which
body.
one. Continue.
What?
Roger, would it be better to say you are both sharing a body?
No, did Park say something?
Yeah, I said I forgot which one she is.
Who? Oblaka? The Zorbo?
No, my voice.
Oh yeah, it's the high squeaky one.
Yeah, high squeaky.
Is it this one?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it.
Okay. Oh, that's just for me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right.
I thought I was muted.
That's fine. Which is interesting for me because I also promised Moa, which, and I kind of again motioned to the room behind us. I believe is in there.
It's okay. I do not think Moa will mind. I hope.
Me too, because I need to fulfill the promise.
You guys just
Well,
heard me too, and the rest of that you didn't hear. The
Yeah, all you heard is me say, "Me too." I need to fulfill the promise.
So I guess I need So I guess she speaks to you on a regular basis then, eh, Roger?
Oh right, you guys can't hear her unless I ask her to take over. Yes, no, we talk a lot, especially about how to proceed through this through this tomb, in the best manner possible.
A lizard, tell that nervous wreck that she was better off dead.
You just hear me, just why?
Because then I wouldn't have to listen to that incessant whining all the time. Always, oh, is it safe? Oh, is it right? Who cares?
Can I borrow you for a second?
Ba-doop, ba-doop.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't understand why, like, I don't have to, right?
No.
Like,
He's
that's
not
just
controlling you. The only thing that you get is that trait. Everything else is just him talking in your mind.
Okay, I would say, so they're gonna even say why, and like I'm just not gonna say it. Okay, because like I was like, I don't think I have to. Like,
No, absolutely, you don't
I have
have
to not care, but I don't think he forces me to say stuff.
Nope.
And honestly, I can't hear it, so I don't know what he's. So this is, I'm just confused because I have no idea really what's going on with that. So
Right, yeah, no. You don't have to. It's your choice.
okay,
He's just
so I was trying.
telling you to. That's all.
Fair enough. That was what I needed to know. So
Okay.
First time you guys fought that demon person.
Oh, for some reason I thought he was a son of a whore.
Nah.
Fair.
you guys just kind of hear me go like, but why? No, no.
Bartholomew looks at Meepo. Meepo?
What?
You
I
okay?
look at Bartholomew. That's probably Wongo talking to him right now.
No, Roger.
And then I look, and I say sorry. Then and I kind of interrupt you and say, "Oh, that's what it looks like." Yeah, I get why you guys look at me like that.
Yes.
Oh, were you asking me something, Bartholomew? I think I heard you say.
This is the thing we need to discuss privately.
I look around. Well, we can't really leave.
Yes. Well, let's get the barrier up first, and then we'll
It is
discuss
up.
it.
I thought it was up.
Thought you were still casting it.
Is the bubble up?
Yeah, it comes up about now.
Okay. So,
Oh, I hate to interrupt your little camping. Good that you chose a very vulnerable position. But I'm done with this one. Oh, now, have fun, little ones.
Enter.
Minotaur lands in bubble. Oh, hi there.
Skids off the side.
Enter.
Yeah.
Actually, he'd land on the bubble.
he's sitting on top of the bubble.
Nah, he's gonna be where he was. So
For
sorry.
you, in the one moment, all of your party members. Why are they not showing up on my player screen? This is driving me nuts. I don't know what's going on. Let me refresh my page, maybe. Anyway, for you, one moment, all of your friends and party were here, and they were talking about and doing things in this room. And in the blink of an eye, in a heartbeat, it's like time shifted. No one's there. The sarcophagus is gone. Imagine you're playing a video game, as they put it, and you lagged out in an instant. and everything just shifted. The sarcophagus is gone. All that lays in the middle of the floor is shattered crystal pieces. But you're alone in that room. And
So
it all
Nanter?
happened in a heartbeat.
So Nanter, like John Travolta, will look to the left, look to the right, shrug his hands. Where'd they go? What the hell? Okay then. Shit. So Nanter will look around the room, see if he can find a way out.
Yeah, the rope's still there on the other side. Are you
I'll make
guys...
his way over.
All right.
Cool.
This bubble is getting awfully cramped.
Yes.
So is there a fan moving?
No, it's still there broken. Just like you left it.
Well, Nanter's not gonna take any options. He'll summon his echo.
One of the blades got chipped and looked like it was trying to be destroyed. Failed.
Nanter will summon his echo and then switch positions with his echo.
Can anyone come into this bubble?
He's like,
Nope.
the hell of this.
If
He'll
we
just
leave, can
move
we
his
come
way
back
over.
in?
Yes. The only person who can't leave is Meepo.
Second, I even touch outside the bubble, it drops.
What if
Bartholomew?
you put your pinky toe out?
Meepo?
Yeah.
Your dog's going nuts.
Okay. Just so you know,
Yeah.
you all are deaf as fuck now, basically. Not actually painfully, but it is painfully loud. Let me read it just to make sure
Please.
exactly the wording for it. Barking loudly. What's the I thought it said it was. I thought there was a distance on it. No, there's not. Really? I'm surprised there's not a distance. So yeah, it's just barking really loudly. So
Natcher, you hear an ethereal bark extremely loud.
Ah, why is there a dog barking?
I
And you
start
see a
looking
dome.
around. I start looking around in panic, like trying to see what's going on.
I say, would it be really bad for me because technically I'm on top of the dog?
Yes. You know
Well-
what? You are deaf. Actually, no. Give me a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Okay. Constitution saving throw. Advantage, right? Oop. Sorry, I'm trying to remember how to make it disadvantage. There we go.
Control left click.
Oh, that
It
was my
didn't show
favorite.
up for some reason. What the hell? Hold on.
Well, you figure that out.
hold on.
Just tell me what it is, unless you just hit the wrong thing.
You said, what is it? Left control? There it is.
What's your spell save DC, Meepo?
16.
You're deaf,
Okay.
and you will be deaf until I tell you otherwise.
Okay. So, John screams out in pain, "Ah, my ears!"
I'm still looking for a visible threat.
Zarius,
Do I see anyone?
you
coming
don't see anyone coming from there. Neither does Orvax. Bartholomew, what's your passive perception?
It is a 12.
I just react
Zarius,
to
you see
people saying,
Nanter
"No one's
show
coming
up.
there."
You see Nanter coming from the north. Zarius, you're muted if you know or not. Yeah, John, you're deaf. So you guys see John cover his ears in pain.
Meepo, can you please make that dog be quiet?
Not till I find the threat. I'm still looking for where this threat is that's within 30 feet.
Doggo, where are you?
Hearing that, Bartholomew's going to turn around.
Do we hear that though?
Yeah, you guys hear it. Sound passes
Okay.
through. You guys can see through the dome. He can't see into the dome.
Yeah, Bartholomew will turn around and see who that is behind him.
Zara just kind of glances over to Nanter.
Why is there a sphere in the middle of the room? Nanter will send his echo over to poke the bubble with his halberd.
I guess as soon as I see this, Can I drop this? I assume so, right? I can drop a spell whenever, even if I'm not concentrating on it.
If it says you can.
I don't know.
There should be guidelines as to when it dissipates.
Yeah,
Also,
it's 8 hours though.
That's the first that's
Oh,
the
until
first
you
criteria.
dismiss as an action. There it is. Okay,
There it
found
is.
it, yeah. So I'm going to dismiss it since I now see Nanter, so it stops fucking barking infernally.
I'm gonna use this for a death symbol.
The echo is like tapping the the sphere with its halberd.
John, you are no longer deaf.
Oh, okay.
What? The dog stopped. What? Oh, I guess I heard it. Oh, that. So I heard an answer. Never mind. Forgive me.
Bonk. Bonk.
uh,
Bonk.
as you bonk the sphere, Bartholomew's going to step out of it, and it's like, "Hi, Nanta."
Oh no! Oh no!
If I could, I would.
I want
So
both of you to roll percentiles.
Oh no!
Hell yeah!
Good roll. Okay, you don't get hit with the echo.
Whoa! Echo, stop! As I see Bartholomew Bridge.
And I kind of point my finger to Echo. No, don't do that.
The echo raises its hand slightly.
Thank you. And can I see through the Echo, by the way? Can I like see through it?
I think it's pretty much material. You can't see through it.
Okay, well, I lean to the left until I can see Nanter. And I wave my hand.
I'll dismiss it. So, where did everybody go?
We're all in this little bubble behind me right now. We're trying to rest up for the moment because me and Meepo need it the most.
What's that supposed to mean? My tone
So that's
changes.
how that looks from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay then.
I'm not sure if you can enter, but
I could certainly try. Nanta will try to go into the bubble.
All right, you walk into a wall. Actually, you walk into Bartholomew.
Bartholomew's going to move out of the way to see the train wreck that's about to happen.
Yeah, no, you walk into a wall.
I assume I head into the bubble and can't go in, correct?
Oh, yep, you can't go in. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I was muted. Yeah, you walk into a wall. Can't go in.
Boom. Nanta will start to put his hands against it. Nanta then has a stupid idea. He's like, should I not?
Nanter, what are you thinking?
I was thinking of maybe getting on top of that bubble, but then I don't want to fall over and he looks over the railing. That looks deep.
It extends over the railing. Here, I'll give you a visual.
Yeah, he doesn't want to slide off. Yeah, he does not want to slide off. He's like, yeah, no, that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Probably not, no.
Still tempting, but I'm not that stupid.
Bartholomew, from that angle, you see that the dome has a flat bottom from the floor.
Huh. Curious.
It is a dome, not a sphere.
Interesting.
You've never seen it from this angle before, so.
I'll have to make note of that later. Let me go inside and talk to Meepo and see what we can figure out and answer. As I squeeze past.
I let him pass.
And you see Bartholomew disappear into this little bubble. Or this dome. Meepo, Nanta is outside. I hate to say this, ask, but do you think you could maybe recast the spell and let him in if we have room?
Make
Can
it
I
the
hear
party
her?
light to the house.
Or we can move this location to maybe the previously cleared room with all the thrones that we've rested in before and fortified a little bit.
Can I hear them talking through the sphere or not?
Yep.
No. Really?
Yep. Sound passes through.
Oh, okay.
I agree with Roger. It's more defensible. I don't know why you're sleeping in the middle of the hallway.
I point through the corner of the wall, assuming where the sound came from.
You see this? Can't they see like the shadow to just pressed up against the
They
dome?
can see through.
No, we can see you clearly. It's
You
clear.
can't
One-way
see
glass,
them.
bro. One-way glass.
We just see this giant
He's
hulking
seen-
figure just looking at us like, where did they go?
Yeah, it's
He's
the one
just like hugging it. He's like talking through them.
I'm gonna.
It's what
Okay, I
inspired
just want to say,
interrogation rooms.
just for fun, from now on, whenever I cast this dome, since I can, well, hold on, can I make the outside look however I want?
Yes, to a degree. It
So
can't be super
hypothetically, I
intricate.
could make a perspective view as if like they were walking down the hallway, it'd be invisible, but if they ran into it, it would like
No,
it'd be like a
it has
picture
to
of the
have a
hallway.
color.
Okay.
I will let you fine tune it to be relatively flexible with the color, but it has to be some color. It can't be, see through. It can't
I
be.
just thought it. I think it'd be funny to project the picture of what's like on the other side onto the bubble. That way, it looks like the hallway, and then when they walk, they just run into it. They're like, "Oh!" And then it like perspective warps.
No, because it has the entirety of the outside is the same hue.
Okay, well,
You can make it look like stone or dirt, but you can't be that specific.
Dirt dome.
It's a magical bubble, not a magical octopus bubble.
can I make it out of diamonds?
You can make it diamond color, Minecraft diamond color. Yeah,
Oh my god.
Beautiful,
just a nice bright blue.
beautiful.
I just put it behind like a foot of rock, so when somebody digs through, just bam, they think they found diamond.
A big ass diamond.
Anyway,
It's at least 8 nodes. I don't feel bad about that joke at all.
I guess I will drop the bubble.
All right.
So before you kind of see the bubble just kind of like phase from top to bottom down and just kind of like I'm gonna get that has like a little like sound as it goes away.
Oh, at about 9, I need to step away for a few minutes.
Okay.
So we migrating back to the room earlier.
Nanter, you see everybody there except Frogman now.
Yo, where's Frogman?
Who knows?
Probably the same place you and Zarius went, and Meepo.
Wait,
It seems that
I
our
went somewhere?
It seems
Yeah,
our
we'll
house
explain
has
it
a
later.
habit of taking people and bringing them back, but their idea of time is distorted, and they think they never went anywhere.
I mean, all of a sudden you guys were there, and then you weren't. Like poof. I thought you all died.
It's almost like your perception of time was distorted.
And we have no idea why this person keeps snatching people at random.
Huh.
The roof above Roger's head begins to shake slightly.
These damn roofs, why are they so wobbly?
That's all we needed, an earthquake. Jesus Christ.
Everywhere is secure and intricate, but somehow I find the cobblestones that are loose. I don't get it. Maybe it's my
I just
skill
want to
in
say,
masonry.
really quick, I'm trying to like, because I'm getting annoyed with having to keep putting this bubble up and down. And I'm about to go move, but I don't want to go through this fucking fog hallway garbage. I'm tired of trying to navigate this shit. And like, I don't have anything to make it fucking easier.
I mean, we could go the back way with the magnetic statue and just.
Are you saying you want me to place you in that room because you're too lazy to do it? There.
No,
That's what I heard.
Oh
No.
God.
okay, like I want to migrate over there, but like, is there any way that like we can stop having to guess and check our way through these 4 tiles? Because, like,
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine.
okay, then I'm going to start walking that way. Because, like,
I've slowly made you guys do it less and less.
just so Meepo. Shit. How do I cancel?
The only
Okay, that's how I
person
cancel.
who I'm gonna make do it is John,
Okay, well, I'm gonna
because
huff
he
and
hasn't
puff.
had as much time there as you guys have.
I'm gonna get kind of frustrated because I keep dropping this dome and I'm getting real tired of it. So you're gonna see Meepo just kind of stomp off.
Can I notice the angry little lizard stomping off?
I mean, yeah, you have eyes.
Sorry, Meepo.
Meepo, wait, you're
We should probably go after him.
absolutely. Come on, let's go.
Yes, let's go.
At least he's in the right spot. Bloop.
Meepo's already started the ritual.
Cause I can.
John, stay there.
Okay.
Step forward. One step. Move forward.
Okay.
You are in complete darkness. Can't hear anything.
Can't see anything.
The hell?
You can't hear yourself say that.
What can
Actually,
I say?
I guess technically Roger would be here.
Can I say it in my head?
No, you say it out loud. You don't hear yourself saying it.
Actually,
Okay.
no, I'd be here.
Claire.
What the hell just...
Now you're more confused because you don't know why you can't hear yourself. What the hell?
So I imagine him acting like a mime, trying to feel around and anything like that. I mean, wondering why there's no noise at all.
I would like to prepare an action of grabbing John if it looks like he's going to trip and fall on his face.
Sure. What do you do,
I've
John?
seen this multiple times as the one who's led basically everyone every time. Even before I got possessed or inhabited.
Like, I really didn't want to walk to this room purely because I didn't want to deal with the fucking bullshit again. I'm so tired.
No, you guys are very accustomed to it, so I've given it in your memory.
Yep.
I
We're used to
appreciate it.
putting our hand on this wall and just walking straight 20
John,
feet.
on the other hand, hasn't. John, what are you doing?
So
You
I
don't
guess
see anything. You're blind.
I say I'm trying to feel around to see if I can figure out a way out of here in the darkness.
D6.
Roll a d6. Okay.
Please.
How would I?
/R space 1d6, or on D&D Beyond, click the dice button and choose a d6. Or on
Okay, so
Roll20 on the sidebar, choose the die and roll a d6.
Okay. It didn't show up in here. It was a, yeah. So I'm gonna do slash roll, and then you said D
/R space 1d6.
/R space 1d6. Or you can hit the, if you look on your sidebar on the left, underneath the ruler, there's a dice icon, and you can just click the d6 button.
Okay.
Either or.
Ah!
1.
Yeah.
You touch a wall.
Alright.
Hold.
As I see him touch a wall, I grab him and I'll put him here.
John, something is grabbing you.
Can I at least recognize that it's human?
You can't see it, so no.
Something
Okay.
grabs you.
Something is grabbing you in the dark.
So I reach with the other hand and grab back tight to see what the heck it is.
Roll to hit. With disadvantage.
Grapple.
It is an unarmed strike.
You're talking to John, right? Yeah.
With disadvantage.
Oh, whoops. Come on. There you go.
I'm going to use the 9.
That's fine.
You flail in the darkness, and you do not make any purchase. Roger, you see John is trying to grab you and missing.
Horribly.
I still want to grab him and move him here.
Yeah, no, you still have him, and now, John, you are forcibly moved. Actually, do you contest? Actually, I'm not going to make it a choice. You would contest this because you don't know what's going on. So I need contesting strength checks from both you. Roger has John. So we'll see if
Strength or
Roger
athletics?
It's a strength.
Okay, so should I do disadvantage or?
No, it's just a normal strength check.
Okay.
Really?
Wow.
Really?
You try to pull him, but he breaks free. You are no longer being held, John.
Yeah.
You still don't know where you are, and you have lost track of the wall you touched.
I'm
You've
still
been
trying to.
You've been spun around, but you still don't see anything. It is pitch black.
Still trying to feel out what's in front of me. Hands out on all ways, kind of moving around, trying to figure out what the heck I am. Thinking to myself, oh, I wish I had my flint still and my
D6.
lantern. Roller D6. Okay. Nah, why does it keep doing that?
You grab something. It's fleshy, and it feels like it has metal and leather.
I guess I'm taken back by what it is and step back.
All right. Give me a D6.
Wait, was that me?
Yep. You are grabbed,
Can I-
Roger. As soon as
can
he
I try
grabbed,
to grab him
he
back?
tried. Yep. All
Okay,
right.
I would like to grab him back.
Okay. As you
My goal
grab,
is still to move him.
as you grab this creature, John, it grabs your wrist. Do you try and pull free?
Because I don't know what it is, I'm going to say yes.
Contesting strength checks.
Go, Roger.
I was going to say, you know how long on my screen that was a 1?
John, you try to break free, but to no avail. It grabs you tight and pulls. You are now being pulled into somewhere unknown until your vision comes back and you see you are in this hallway and you are holding Roger's arm. Or Roger's holding your arm, I should say.
What the hell was that?
Right. My apologies, John.
Right.
So, I meant to tell you, remember how I said there's traps and stuff everywhere? You see that ugly face right there on the wall?
Yes.
Okay. And I kind of put my toe on the tile in front of me. You see this tile? Well, the next 4 tiles and the next 4 tiles in front of you, you can't hear and you can't see. So what you need to do is, you see that wall you're next to?
Yes.
Bartholomew, can you move? He needs to kind of run down the hall.
My apologies, and I take a couple steps back.
There you go. So basically, make sure you're completely oriented, because you'll fumble around a bit if you don't. Put your left hand on this wall. You'll see that the hallway opens up. So you're going to lose that hall. So you have to make sure you think about forward in 0 sensory options other than touch. I think you can taste. I haven't tried that, but
Lick the wall.
Yeah, or the floor. No,
For my amusement.
Apologies. Normally, I warn everybody, so I've been a bit frazzled, I guess.
So you're telling me that statue casts a shadow that makes it so we can't see?
It's some sort of part of this evil magic, yeah. Or hear. You can't hear, remember? And we can see you, but
yeah, you can see the floor, John. You can see all the way through. You can see Bartholomew.
We can see everything, but we can't hear anything that comes out. So not only can you not hear us, we can't hear you. So you're muted. And here, I'll give you an example. So
blind, deaf, and dumb.
I'm going to go to the other side, and you can watch me. So I'll prepare, and I'll just kind of cross to the other side.
All right.
See?
Go one more to your right.
Fine.
Thank you.
See? And then I'll kind of do the thing. I'll keep my hand on this wall.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, see, you can hear me now, but you can't hear me now. And I can't see you, and you can't hear me, but you can hear me now.
See, you should have been like this. You can hear me now, but you can hear me now.
Well, he would see my lips moving. He would see my lips moving.
You're right.
Okay. All right. So keeping my hand on the wall as Roger instructed, I guide myself through.
Take one step forward. D6.
Welcome to hell.
Oops. Put the
It
two
doesn't get
down.
any better.
Why'd you roll twice?
I didn't mean to.
Okay, so 3. Okay,
That's fair.
and then another D6 would be. I'll give you the 6.
Okay.
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 You feel yourself bump into something heavy and stone-like, and it seems carved.
Okay. So that'd be the. So directly in front of me, you said?
You bump into it.
Okay.
I
Alright.
need to take. I need to be right back. I gotta take a break. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait here until I see him approach. If I can help him anywhere in these final 2 steps, that's my goal.
Okay.
I
Alright.
gotta be right back.
So I touched something in front of me, and I remember what Roger said to keep going straight. So I try and stay straight as possible while pushing, kind of like guiding myself around it with my hands on it. To
Okay,
move
so
forward.
you're keeping your hand on this carved stone thing.
Yeah, right here, right?
You don't know where you
Or-
are.
Okay.
So if you keep your hand on the stone carved thing, after about 2 inches, it opens up into nothing.
Okay,
You no longer feel it.
got it. So, and then I say, okay, Roger said to keep moving straight. So I move forward as straight as possible.
D6.
Okay.
You don't know where straight is. I didn't tell you to move.
Yep.
I just need a D6. You don't know where you are.
Oh no.
Okay. You you don't feel anything still. You're just in darkness.
Okay.
I didn't tell you to move.
Yeah. I figured that was the okay to move forward.
No, I'll tell you when.
All right. So I'm going to continue pressing forward.
Are you continuing to press forward?
I'm going to try to.
D6.
Oh no.
Okay. You feel like you should have been there by now, but you are still in darkness.
Say and say so I can't see in front of me. Can I see the floor?
Nope.
Nope, nothing. Can't
You
see a damn
can't see anything. You can't see your nose. You try to bring your hands up to your face. You can't see your hands. You hit yourself in the face.
thing. Okay. And from the edge of this thing, there's like nothing. That's just void. Past the corner of the wall here.
You don't see a wall.
Well, that's what I'm okay. What I'm feeling. Sorry, what I'm feeling.
Here, maybe this will help you. This is where you are right now.
Okay.
You don't know where you are.
All right.
You see nothing. You feel nothing. You hear nothing. You know there's a floor because you're standing on it. That's about it. There is
Okay.
nothing around you that you can tell.
I'm gonna try and press forward.
All right, D6. Don't worry, I know where you are. Okay.
I gotta keep trying to go forward.
D6. Okay. You take another step forward, and at that moment, you feel some hands grab you and quickly pull you out. If you want to know the path you took, oops, this is the path you took to give you an idea.
I can't. Oh, there we go.
And then you get pulled out here, and you can see again.
Ugh. Well, that trap is interesting.
Disorienting, isn't it?
Yes.
And with that, both I'm going to turn around and walk into the chamber.
Zarius, you just watched that whole thing?
Yeah, no, Zara was just watching from the outside.
Okay.
And once it's all done, he's gonna progress.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way across.
Uh,
You don't know how you know Zarius, but you know your way through that. And Roger, seeing everybody made it through, would get back into the room.
I say move into the other room next to Meepo and say, Meepo, that trap outside is cure something, isn't it? Meepo not here.
Meepo says, "Fuck you."
Right?
He's pissed off at everybody. He's just trying to cast his damn spell to keep it up.
For the third time.
Yeah. He's got everybody shit.
All right. Zarius, are you going into the room?
Actually, no. He's going to stand as a sentinel. How do I do that thing again? There we go.
Hold on, I got a phone call.
That's all right. We're going to take a quick break.
All right. He's about
Okay.
That's one. Yeah, go ahead and take your break. I just need to know what Zarius is doing.
Yeah, he's gonna act as a sentinel right there.
All right. So Meepo brings up the dome. Everybody's in it except Zarius. Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Be back in like 5-10. A drink,
Okay.
use the bathroom, get some Cheetos, make some clam chowder, cook a pot roast, whatever you do in 5 to 10 minutes. I don't judge. Yeah, we'll be right back, guys.
All right, who's here? Nobody? Cool.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Hello. All right, cool. I can edit some clips real quick.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I too am back.
All right, so everybody's here. Wait,
I'm
who?
here.
I am.
Barth?
Yeah.
Barth? I got a cookie.
Ooh, cookie.
Okay. All right, so the dome is up. Everybody's in the room except Zarya's. We'll say that was about 15 minutes, 20 minutes to get there.
Why is Zarius not in the room?
Standing guard.
I would have doth protested.
All right, then doth protest.
Zarius, you should be in the dome.
But why would I want to be in the dome?
Sorry, I'm
Because-
just editing some clips.
Nothing can get in or out of the dome. Well, nothing can get in the dome. We don't want it to get in.
But are you sure?
Yes. It would take a large force of magic to drop it, and we use it quite often for safety. It's quite safe. And we can go in and out, except for Meepo here, but things I don't even think gas can get in.
He would go ahead and enter the dome and then just kind of look around. Well, I guess there's a time to be wrong about everything. Just think about what happens whenever one of us disappears. The guy clearly can take us whenever he wishes.
He has not taken anyone in or out of the dome yet.
Very well. I will trust your judgment.
I'm back.
So that protest would have been before the dome went up, by the way.
That's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it takes 11 minutes to put the dome up, so you had time for that.
Where's Orvax?
Oh, I forgot to pull him over. He's there.
I'm sure you did.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Sure you did.
Yeah.
Oh my! I hear Moa's in here. I wonder what I can study. What is that, child? You want me to talk to you? Sure. I love telling the truth.
I would never lie to a child. That just is absurd. If they ask a question, what better gift to give a child than knowledge?
Fuck's sake.
Knowledge is power, after all.
This is how
I am
everybody
wise
does.
and experienced, and you are a fledgling. I need to watch you bloom.
Get your fat ass back here.
So after Orvex's explanation, how are we going to survive these said trickster gods?
Oh no, I don't think you understand. The trickster, the gods are not benevolent. They're not malevolent.
Sorry, above table. What the hell does that mean?
They're good, not bad.
Okay, thank you.
B means good. M means bad.
Got it. Okay. So sorry. That's stupid ice there for you.
It's all good.
It's all benevolent.
Wow, improper use of the word, DM.
It is. Yeah.
So we'll just help them, and then everything they'll just bring themselves back.
Well, to be honest, we're not really sure what's going to happen, but we do know that they they were killed or trapped or both by the cause of all this, and we did promise to help them.
I see then. Well, I'm just ready to get out of this place.
Oh,
Okay.
speaking of telling people something, Roger, our discussion. So do you remember what I was working on a little while ago?
You had some sort of concoction, and you were testing things on it.
Yes. Well, how do I put this? And as I say that, Bartholomew removes his gloves and pulls up his sleeves and just shows them.
You see about a quarter of his, right about where the wrist is, and just about a quarter up the arm from the wrist, you see the faint discoloration of green-yellow and what appears to be the slight hint of scales.
What is happening to you, Bartholomew?
I
Hey, Park, can I
know
get a
what,
picture of what the bubble looks like?
but I don't quite know how bad the effect of it is.
You mean the border or what it actually looks like?
Like the border. Yeah.
Oh.
And as Bartholomew says, he doesn't know how bad the effect of it is. He takes off his hat and he takes off his mask. And how bad is it exactly?
Zarius, John, you see Bartholomew's face for the first time.
Ah.
The bird has taken his face off.
So I see his arm has scales, and I see his face for the first time.
Would you like to describe your face, Bartholomew?
Yes. So, Roger, you knowing Bartholomew, you've seen his face a couple of times before. His face hasn't really much changed, but the first thing you do notice different about him is this. It's in the modular game. It's the first thing you really notice different about him.
Just the eye, not around the eye.
Yeah, just the eye. And he has some greenish yellow scales growing around his face.
Just a question. If I say I step back here to be taken aback, I'm still in the bubble, right?
Yes.
Okay. So John stepping back as in stunment says, "What are you? Are you a cousin of Meepo here?"
I unsheathed my sword. He was human.
Yes, it would appear that drinking the concoction may have had some unintended side effects.
Nanter and Roger have seen eyes like this before.
Yes, Roger has.
Zarius clears his throat. I did a spell earlier and I detected no evil from him. So while his form may have changed, he's still on the side of good, and he's still technically one of us.
Look, man, last time I saw those eyes,
And
I
yes,
saw
Park, I'm
death.
aware.
I know.
I saw death. Okay? Death and destruction follows those eyes. Bartholomew, what have you done?
Are you gonna?
Go ahead.
I
Go
say,
on.
are you going to keep turning?
I hope not, but as of right now, this is the only thing that's different besides, anything else under these clothes.
Nanter, those eyes are very familiar to Otoganes.
I was just gonna ask. I
Yep.
know the snake people of the temple, but are they also like Otoganes?
They're
Is
very much
exactly what
like
I was gonna ask.
Otoganes.
Like nearly identical? What are you saying?
I mean, they're as identical as John's eyes are to Roger,
Right.
but
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure there was not tomfoolery going on in here.
no, they're similar.
I have. Hold on.
You have the
I do.
tomfoolery.
Okay. I kind of I sheathe my sword and I take my shield in one hand and kind of wipe my sleeve on the shield, and I kind of put my shield up to Bartholomew's face. Have you seen yourself?
Oh,
It's a
my.
magic shield, so it probably.
It's very shiny. Yes.
Dude looks like a lady.
That's oh.
You remember the
oh.
last time you saw your own face, Bartholomew? It was in your bathroom in your flat. Probably when you were shaving. Back at your home. It's been a while since you've had a mirror, but you definitely remember your face didn't look like that.
Oh, yes, this is this is new. I don't did. I guess I don't know. I guess I just look like this now. Was that
So well, I know you don't know the outcome. You did this to yourself, and I want to I want to see if he's lying with any answer he gives.
An insight?
Okay.
Or are you are you helming this?
No, I'm not helming.
Okay.
No, that's why I specifically said I want to see if he's lying, rather than I enter his thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and answer.
Okay. Well, yes, I guess I did do this to myself unknowingly. However, I guess the blood from that place we went to, guess it did this to me.
I mean, inside check.
Wait. When did you drink the blood?
I didn't think it was going to do anything. It's curious. It's science.
I'm trying. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes, drinking blood is a very smart thing to do. Czar just kind of rolls his eyes.
What's the advantage button?
Why do you have advantage?
Because I do. It is. Give me a second. Where is it? One of these runes give me advantage as a passive rune. I just need to figure out which rune it is.
No, that's fine. I just need to know where it's from.
Yeah, it's one of my runes.
All right. He's not lying. You believe.
I like how these are the two best rolls I've rolled in like 4 weeks.
Yeah, 19 and 20.
19 and a 20.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you believe in your entire being that he is pouring his soul to you. He is being very forthright, and he is not trying to keep anything back.
I put my hand over my face. You took the blood from the serpent temple?
I was curious. She said something about it in a ritual, and I couldn't help myself. My first time I've had sticky fingers before, and I wanted to see what happened. And well, at the point I kind of put my hands on my face. Ta-da!
Well, John and Sarius. So there's a temple in the middle of this city, and it's inhabited by some serpent people, which you guys have not seen yet because they're outside this tomb. And I believe they're called not a Muin. What are they? Bartholomew, what are these serpent people called? Odagane was one.
Yuntai, I believe.
Yuntai. They offered to turn us. They offered, I think, to turn us into snakes, and Bartholomew here seems to have.
As Roger says that line, Bartholomew here gesturing to Bartholomew, the scales around his eyes begin to expand and grow about half an inch.
Snuck some of their blood out in their altar.
Lurk away, man.
And you've just been drinking it casually.
No, it was an experiment. So I put a couple strips of flesh into a test tube to see what would happen, and after a few hours, it grew scales, and curiosity killed the cat, and well, I decided to drink it and inhale some incense, and here we are. I guess I am you untie now, I guess.
So certain scientists normally do those tests on rodents instead of themselves.
Well,
That's what
You're
I was
right
about
there.
to say. Like,
You will not
why?
test on me. Stop that.
No, I mean, like, why after you
You're a
seen
new.
the
You're not a
scales-
rodent.
Why after seeing the scales, Bartholomew, did you really think this was gonna be a good idea? You seen what the Yonti can do. You see they're not welcomed. Yet you went with your plan of saying "fuck it" for science.
Yes,
Well-
that was my whole plan.
Nanter, and I'm willing to believe Zarius here, but if he keeps his head, Otagane, despite all of his flaws, still assisted us. So he may not be controlled, and the Yuntai we saw in that city were definitely of their own free will. Some were, oh, I forgot the name.
I mean, I don't say it because I don't trust in Bartholomew. I say it because it's a stupid ass decision that he just took for science.
I understand. And
Nanter,
it makes sense.
Meepo, and Roger, are any of you proficient in history?
Proficient
I
in
want to say
history.
yes. I have a +7 in history.
I am not.
I am not.
Meepo,
Surprisingly, Roger is not book smart.
history check, please.
Just say, because we're talking about creature, would I have insight because of nature?
Oh, almost that 20.
No, because you weren't there for it.
Okay.
Meepo, you remember that Salida also had similar eyes.
No, I don't.
Not,
That's not the
not
guide, is
Syndra,
it?
that's the guide.
So Salida is the guide, like the bow guy, the one that died the gorillas?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't remember that because I wasn't with the party then.
Yeah, you were.
No, he
No,
wasn't.
I
Not me,
wasn't.
though.
Oh,
he was
she died
Alwyn.
That was
before
Alwyn.
that. That's
That was
right.
Alwyn.
Yeah.
I thought she
You
died.
mean this bow that I
after-
have on my back? That bow?
Yeah. Okay.
The bow that I've never seen before in my life.
Yeah. All right.
seen me use
Never mind then. Forget it. I thought Meepo was there before Salida's death.
No.
Nope.
Okay. It's been a long
had it?
campaign,
Vale.
guys.
Vale had Salida's bow, and I took it from Vale,
Yes, you did.
I think. Yeah. That was many deaths ago and many, many, many miles ago.
It's been a
Yes.
long campaign, yes.
It's been long.
And a lot of dead people.
A lot of deaths.
Yeah.
Some of them get turned into oranges, some of them get buried and stolen. You know, it's just life's little quirk.
You just assumed he was turned into fruit, okay?
I mean,
Nobody
it's
actually
better
went
get
back
turned
to
into
check.
fruit.
Right?
I think
I
we're all
mean,
too scared
no.
of the hag to go back and check.
Roger assumed none of that. Roger assumed it was poison because it was offered by Otagane.
That's
So I
Same.
threw it in the bush.
fair.
Fair.
Otagane assumed it was Vale or whoever it was. Alwyn.
Actually,
That's
no,
the-
Nanter was
Always.
pretty close with Salida-ish.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Nanter, you would remember that Salida had similar eyes, too.
I
It just hit you.
I say I'll
like
take
the
a
wrecking ball.
I'll take a step forward now to really get a good look at his eyes, and say, does the world seem different while looking through them?
I do notice that I don't see any shades of color anymore. It's mostly black and white.
Was it worth
So
it?
was that your first oh shit moment?
No, actually, it was. I checked myself and I noticed the scales. And... Yeah.
There was also
that's
that gut-wrenching pain you had.
Yeah, that too.
Well, for now, what's done is done, but I will have to watch you, Bartholomew.
I do not blame you, but I promise you, I have no ill will towards any of you.
I point to my greatsword. Don't make me suck your soul out.
Both just holds his hands up.
Well, there
Well,
are
I'll say-
there's many scholars over with the Red Wizards that believe if he is indeed a Yunti, he doesn't have a soul. But that's just pure speculation, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with racial biases. Oh, but you're welcome to try it and find out. It'd be wonderful to write this down.
Well, for now, we need him and his soul here, and if he is to test whether or not he has a soul, we should probably do it after people are allowed to be resurrected on their own free well, I guess the priest's free will.
That wasn't
But
my pick, was it?
I do appreciate, Bartholomew, you let all of us know and didn't hide anything.
Well, the only reason I hid it from you before was because, frankly, it was quite what's the word?
Dumb?
What's the word?
Dumb?
Shocking.
Dumb.
I
No,
just shoot Meepo a glance in
I
my
agree
eyes.
with
Just
Meeple. I agree with Meeple. It's pretty dumb.
Yeah.
The only way this would work is if we ever have to go back to Rothensea's cave, hold fortress, whatever you want to call it, and maybe it would have been worth it if we survive it.
Well, they may not take kindly to an outsider doing the ritual in some way, no matter how botched, without them.
That is true.
well, you can shame me all you want, but I find this very fascinating.
What's
Actually.
done is done, but if you endanger anyone in this group, I promise you, you will have me to answer if, at the very least.
Very well.
Good thing
It's
you
left
wear.
nervously.
It's a good thing you wear a mask, because you're never going to give any townsfolk you run into a real fright.
That's quite true.
I look at John and kind of chuckle. You should see how they react with the mask.
Even with the mask, it is quite strange to see someone walk around like I am, but I have a better reason to now.
All right, is anybody else going to do anything in this 14-hour wait?
Yes, actually, Bartholomew is going to try to see if there's anything special he can do now that he knows he is a Yuntai, because he doesn't know what comes with being with the territory of it besides the vision.
What do you do?
Bartholomew did notice that sometimes the Yuntai would speak to somebody and tell them to do something, and sometimes they would be forced to do it. So he's going to ask somebody to see be a test dummy.
Who are you asking? Don't ask me. I'm not playing this game.
No, I was waiting for you to say something. Hey, Nanter. I know I just gave you this whole shocking revelation and all, but would you mind helping me with something really quickly? And Roger can watch to make sure I don't do anything shifty, but
I'm a wall of meat. I'm not afraid of you, Bartholomew.
Okay, fair enough. And Bartholomew is going to look at Nanter and say, drop your weapon and do a dance, and he's going to cast Suggestion.
Suggestion is one suggestion.
Yes. Oh, drop your weapon then. There you go. Okay.
Do I have to roll anything?
It's a wisdom saving throw of 14.
You have advantage.
Oh,
I
I did know
mean,
that.
he kind of willingly agreed.
Well, he didn't say help him with what. So I was
You
not
didn't
expecting.
ask. You just said I'm not afraid of.
Roll a wisdom saving throw with advantage, Nanter.
18.
18. 20.
Oh, sorry. It showed me both of them. I only saw one of them.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so 20.
Oh, I guess it didn't work. Okay.
Wait, were you casting a spell?
Yes, I tried to, but it didn't
Oh.
seem to work. So
You would know.
You should have said that. Sorry.
You know.
I would know.
No, Nanter knows.
Nope.
It's almost as if it fizzled out and doesn't happen. Right?
Yeah, you tried to give him a suggestion thinking that you have it, but I'm role playing this off as he hasn't gotten that power yet, Dammy.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
You don't know, Dammy.
as a man with a purple helmet who casts suggestions often,
You don't know anything about magic, you stupid human.
and I have advantage on Arcana checks for some reason,
Yeah, no.
I think I would understand how at least suggestion works. But no, that's fine. That's why I was just bringing it up.
Yeah. No, you tried Bartholomew, but you don't feel like anything happened. You know what it's like to cast spells, right? Spells use words of power. They use strong gestures. They use materials that are linked in with the arcane ley lines of the planet. Your words didn't seem to carry any magical or arcane weight to them.
Oh, okay. I guess it didn't work that time. Thank you, Nanta, for the assistance.
Not a problem. And I will go out on watch since we're gonna be 14 hours here.
Is anyone else doing anything?
I am asking. I see I'm far away from my mic. I am asking Orvex to give me a relatively elementary rundown of the alphabet. Was it Omuan?
Yes. Okay.
It's like that's it.
If I overhear Roger ask him that, I'm gonna go over and hand him the cipher as well.
Codex.
So, here, Roger, if you're gonna learn Omuan, you might as well have that as well.
Oh, thank you. I'll return it once we continue.
Isn't this like a 250-pound rock?
Yeah, it's a very heavy stone disc.
I mean, just don't think about the fact that I have 416 pounds of rations. Like, it's fine.
What are you carrying a fridge on your back?
We're basically gods. What do you mean?
Don't worry about it. The same way Steve can carry like 50 million pounds of diamonds in bedrock.
Yeah, so you give the did I say it was a codex?
Cipher. But you said
Not
it's
really a
cipher.
cipher.
You said codex, I thought.
I thought you told me cipher. I can check
Oh
my
no,
notes.
codex does or cipher doesn't sound or codex doesn't sound right now. Anyway,
'Cause
it's a
cipher,
direct
like,
translation.
yeah. A Rosetta Stone almost, right?
Yeah, but there's a word for that, and I can't remember what it is now.
Codex.
Cipher doesn't sound right, or codex doesn't sound right now. But
Okay.
it might be.
No, the only thing I have written is it's a 3 foot, 200-pound tablet. I thought it was a cipher, so.
So yeah, it's a direct one-to-one translation of Old Amuan to Common. On one side of the tablet is Amuan, on Old Amuan. On the other, on one side of the half circle is the alphabet in Old Amuan, or is a phrase in Old Amuan, and on the other side is a direct translation in Common, and they match up.
Okay, I still ask Orvex for a lesson.
Yeah, and he'll use the tablet to help explain. Anybody else doing anything during the long wait?
No, Bartholomew's gonna sit and ponder.
I say I'm gonna look over my new stick.
Your mace?
Yeah, the new Mace of Terror. That's what it's called. Mace of Terror. Okay.
Mhm.
Say, look it over, and say, would Meepo have had to explain the abilities for it, or would I just kind of, because he talked about
I
how he-
explained everybody what it did.
Okay, so I would know also how to cast them.
You would know how to use it, yes.
Okay.
Plus, you can take this time during rest to identify magic items, even if you don't know identify.
Wait, what?
Yep. If you don't have the identify spell, you can use a short or long rest to get an idea, basically identify it. You may not know everything about it like an identify spell would, but you get the basic idea.
So, to wrap your head around it, Ice, if it helps, the idea is that most magic items have engravings or markings to say what they do. like a ring of feather falling would have a feather on it.
Okay.
Plus, since you're just focusing on the object, imagine like you have a new toy and you're just playing with it. You're just figuring out how it works.
Maybe
Okay.
take the time to tinker with it.
Gotcha. So okay, so I get it. Yeah, so it's like I noticed there's like scribing on it, and with that I can kind of figure out like, oh, okay, this is how it does this.
Basically, if you want, even though Meepo told you.
No, I'm like for future, like.
Yep.
Okay.
One of the lesser known rules in D&D: anybody can identify an object. You won't know if it's cursed or if there's any other properties, but you get the basic idea.
Yeah, like if there's hidden stuff or it's an advanced magic item, but the basics you can figure out.
Zarius and Nanter are just on guard.
Yep.
So I'll move over toward Orvex and Roger and get a look at that tablet, because that's the first time I think it's the first time I've seen it.
Probably.
Mainly because Zar doesn't have to,
They say, while looking at the tablet, is there anything that sticks out to me from it?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I put that. Hold on. Go here.
So, Park, you said we were gonna spend like 14 hours here, right?
Basically, yeah.
Well, now it's 13.
Nanter will go about 6 hours and then go to sleep.
Okay. You see on the tablet the phrase in common written: Queen Napaka proclaims that the free people of Omu fear nothing. Brave new gods protect us as Ubteo did before, but does no longer. Omu will rise again, and Napaka shall reclaim all that is hers by right of conquest. And as you're reading this, Orvex is explaining to Roger this exact phrase and pointing out on the other half, the top half circle of the tablet, in these weird runes and shapes that you've never seen before. He's explaining that this is the Amuan language, and each word, and like queen is this, and Amuan Napaka is this, and this is very handy because it has every letter of the alphabet in both common and Amuan, so you can directly relate one to one, and given enough time you could even learn the language.
Orvex, did you make this?
Me? No. This was here in Omu as we found it along our travels, and the Minotaur over there has been carrying it.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought as I was trying to say it. And so this tablet just is a prophecy almost? Because it sounds like one to me.
Oh, I'm not quite sure. Based on my research is mostly in the trickster gods of Omu and parts of the old Omuan race, but from what I can tell, it appears less of a prophecy and more of a proclamation of the royalty here. But I could see how one would see it as a prophecy. It does seem very pathetic.
So it's just how it sounds to me, but I say you would seem to know more, you know more about this than obvious than I, so I'll take your word for it.
But isn't that the point of prophecies, to take it as you will? So, as you will.
I say wise words.
All right, about 4 hours in, Zarius and Nanter, you see something coming down the hallway.
I pull out my greatsword and say, Zarius, we got company.
This entire time, Zar's just been staring forward and not moving. And then the moment that Nanter speaks up or the image comes into view, he starts to stir as if he's been, quote, dead this entire time.
Yeah, it's kind of eerie, Nanter, seeing him go from that state to the awakened state.
Just like a robot. Construct.
Can we make out what it looks like?
What's your passives?
I think what perception, right?
Yeah.
I think mine is 15.
17.
Zarius, you can make it out. It appears to be a almost dead, fleshy, skeletal remains shambling towards you. From your point of view, it appears to be a small humanoid. It's weird because it has these broken wings on its back.
Oh my god.
Hey!
And it appears to be missing a significant section of his abdomen.
You know what? Fuck you.
Zombie.
First off.
Listen, if it dies to a white, it comes back in 24 hours. And
I'm just saying, fuck you, asshole.
I didn't tell you to die to a white.
Neither did I. Nanter got me killed.
You're not
He
wrong.
did.
He did very much
look,
get you killed.
Absolutely got him killed.
How was Nanter to expect that living things touching the ground would have an effect? Okay. Nanter might not be an imbecile.
Amazing. Everything
does
you
not
said in
think.
that sentence was wrong.
Amazing. Every word you said was wrong.
Look,
Has nothing to do with living things touching the ground.
What are you doing?
Granted, we don't know that.
well, yeah, Nanter did not
Is
know.
it showing hostility yet?
Coming your way.
Is this one of your friends, Nanter?
Formerly, he died.
I sure did.
So if you want, we can take him out quietly.
Man masturbated to it.
It's only him. What's the worst that could happen?
Him
Well,
punch
he
my party
was
dead.
Yes.
magically
I'm
inclined.
guessing I can hear all this.
You guys
With
can
the
now
die,
see
I
it.
got it.
Okay. Alright, I stand up and I draw my bow.
Well,
I say I'll draw mine too.
it's not like I killed Gloomy once, and so Nanter will charge forward and smack him twice.
You're coming out of the bubble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not my zombie. No.
Yeah, so-
Not
As-
Sumi.
As you get to
That's
him,
the one, Zumi. I
he
forgot.
strikes first. 15.
Fair. 15? Shit, that does it.
4 points
Damn.
of bludgeoning damage.
Alright, too bad.
And give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
14?
You take 2 points of poison damage and are poisoned,
Ah, son of a bitch.
which means you have disadvantage on all ability checks and attacks.
Fuck.
Give yourself the poison
What you
status
get.
effect, please.
That's what you get for killing me, you jackass.
Hey, man.
Look, I only took 3 points of damage, okay? Jesus Christ.
You may now attack.
Alright, so I'm summoning my echo behind him.
Hate your fucking echo.
It could be 2 Echo Knights.
Yeah, if I ever get around to opening up my campaign and playing it, I'm banning Echo Knights.
Look,
They're so strong.
don't worry. At
All
level, I
fighters are
think, 18,
strong.
I get
Yep.
2 echoes.
Don't worry, you're
Okay.
not making it
Fighters
to
are
18.
awful.
You know what? I'm never removing it to GM layer. It's just gonna stay there now, and you're just gonna control
I
it.
will move it. Do not worry. I will actually move it.
I like that. I'm never taking out a G. I'm never doing that.
I'm never
My
putting it back
favorite
on
part
GM.
about that
It's all
last
yours.
2 minutes was you're never gonna make it to 18.
Yep.
Alright. Watch me, bitch. So,
And then the roof.
I attack.
Cool.
Damn it, that was almost a fucking 20. Why? Why, dice? Why? Why do you have to hit an invisible wall?
Yep. That hits.
Get him, Zumi.
So that's 14 points of slashing damage. And you need to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw unless he's immune to necrotic damage.
There's a chance.
14?
Yeah, it depends on the type of undead he is.
That fails.
No, 14 slashing damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, yeah. 14 slashing.
Okay. And what's the necrotic damage, or what's the saving throw for?
15.
Okay. Doesn't seem to have any effect.
Sag. Alright, so next deck. 25 to hit.
Mhm.
So that is, come on, pop up. Stupid piece of shit. There you go. 13 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then see, have I bred any of these? Oh no, I have not. I will use Unleash Incarnation. And then another attack with the Great Sword.
Quick
11.
question before it gets to my round, or not my round, but like whenever we finally start combat.
Mhm.
Zara got his 4 hours. I'm assuming.
I mean, Park did open with 4 hours later.
Yeah, this is 4 hours.
Cool. Then I get my long rest. Fuck you guys.
Yep. 11 hits.
Oh, lovely.
$13.
Yep. That's pretty much all she wrote for
Okay.
that turn of combat.
All right. So go ahead and I guess we will start initiative.
Actually, I just remembered you said I had disadvantage on all those attacks, right?
Oh, yes, you
'Cause I
do.
poisoned.
All right.
Yes.
Give me an extra roll for each one.
All right. For the first one, that's a 14.
Hits. No change. Second one.
14 again.
Hits. No change. Third one.
13. So still an 11.
Yep. Hits. No change.
Woo! All right. Thank God I remembered. I missed my plus 11 to combat initiative.
Okay, is that everybody?
Oh, sorry, hang on.
Click your token, roll initiative so it adds to the list.
Oh,
Why do I have a 13?
I don't know.
I didn't roll initiative for this combat.
This is from old combat, I would
It
assume.
must be.
Hold on. Let
Yeah.
me clear it out. Hold on.
yeah, I think
The
that's all.
15.1 tells me it's the Wongo fight.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Because I remember that coming into play with Meepo.
Go ahead and roll again. I thought it was clear when it came up.
Can I keep the 19? Never mind, I got a 21.
We have John, Nanter, and Roger. We need Meepo, Zarius.
I'm in a bubble, dude.
I still want your initiative just in case you get fisky.
Okay.
Give me a second. I dropped my peanut and I'm trying to find it.
Peanut.
Holy crap. Can you guys stop rolling 21?
That's a good point.
That's a lot of 21s.
That is a lot of 21s. Good luck.
Those are
All
ridiculous
right.
amount of
Who's got the higher decks between Meepo, Bartholomew, and Nanter?
I have 14.
15.
Meepo?
I think mine's 13. 14 decks.
So we gotta do a dice off then.
Rollies.
Rollies.
All right.
What do you mean by rollies?
They each roll a d20.
Oh.
I win.
Answer. Answer. I'm muted. Nanter, you're up.
Alright. So I will switch weapons to my great axe.
Okay.
My trusty great axe. And I'm gonna go swing.
Sure.
24 to hit.
Yep.
Wait.
Disadvantage.
24 to hit.
Yep.
Does he have disadvantage?
16 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Then second hit. 13 to hit.
Yep, that hits. Wait, that's a 9 to hit, sir. That's
What?
a fumble.
I didn't see that. Why does it not display both of them on D&D Beyond? That's just bull. Alright. So
That is a fumble, so give me a strength check at disadvantage.
Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs.
You drop your
7.
weapon.
I'm like, Echo, smack it. And the Echo will use the Unleash Incarnation.
All right.
Alright, Echo Knight's wonderful.
Yeah, especially when I figured out echoes are objects. That made him a lot less
2020.
broken.
Can we not call
That's
Echo
another
Knight's-
one. What the fuck, game?
Ooh.
Actually, since it's the Echo, would the Echo be affected by my poison state since I summoned it before?
My knowledge, you
And it-
summoned it after I attacked you.
Sorry, yeah, I summoned it after, but it is an object. So would it be affected by the poison?
Does it say that the echo uses your stats?
Good question. Let's see. Class features, manifestation of the Echo.
Well, I mean, isn't that a status, not a stat?
Manifest an echo of yourself. It does not say anything there. It's immune to all conditions.
All right, there you go.
So can I roll that?
Technically, your first roll was a 9, was a natural 1.
Yes. Well, yeah. Rip.
The die doesn't change.
Yeah. Well, rip.
So give me a. This is hard because normally I would see if you drop your weapon, but I don't know if he can drop his weapon
I don't
because it's
think
an
he can.
object. So I want you to roll a d20, and
Mhm.
1 to 10 he's fine. 11 to 20 he kills himself because he has 1 hit
Wow.
point, right?
Yeah. I has 1 hit point.
Yeah. So
And
50-50
AC of
he swings into the wall and hurts himself and evaporates. Okay, he's gone.
Park found a way to finally get rid of it.
He can bring
It's
it back
a
for
wall, it
free
bounces
whenever.
off.
It doesn't
Say,
matter.
he'll be back next turn. Don't
Yeah,
worry about it.
it's
Yeah.
fine.
I just love to imagine like he misses, hits the wall, it bounces back up and hits himself.
I'm not moving him out of to the GM layer anymore, so move him out of the combat. Not my problem anymore. Because I'm sick of having him across the map. Are you done?
Mhm.
I don't want you to do that because you have vision on him.
I actually do not.
Okay, but you know where he's at?
Yeah. Down here.
So you really don't see anything.
Uh-uh.
Interesting. All right. Barth,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
up.
pretty sure you did not give it a vision because I can't see through it unless I'm properly using the ability.
Bartholomew is going to get to about here and see exactly what he's fighting.
It looks like an undead.
Is it familiar to me?
It is very familiar to you.
My action is going to be stepping
Looks
out
like
of
an
bubble.
undead Lumi that you turned into a zombie. A skeleton, actually.
No, it's a
Oh,
zombie.
a zombie. Yeah, it looks very familiar.
Bartholomew steps out. His only action is zoom Zoomy! As he screams it out.
As you walk next to it, it attacks you.
Oh no!
13 to hit.
Misses.
Right.
Wow, that's the first time attack missed me. I don't know what to say.
As you say Zoomy, he goes, ah!
Oh no, bad Zoomy! And then I just cast Firebolt on him.
I feel like this is where you meet your like best friend in a zombie apocalypse. You don't realize the zombie apocalypse has happened. You're
And
like,
then
hey man, what's up?
he
And you go
bites
for
for
like
your
a bro
neck.
hug, and
Yeah.
he eats you. Yeah, this is how this ends.
Yeah, Bartholomew's the first one to die in a zombie apocalypse.
Pretty much.
You cast Firebolt,
Yes.
disadvantage.
Got to clear that up. Make sure it's not fireball.
Yeah, pretty much. Ow. That did not hurt.
That hits.
Alright, he takes 9 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And that is his turn.
Meepies. You heard Bartholomew go, Zoomy! Or Zoomy. Did you say Zoomy?
I said, Zoomy!
Yeah.
It's very happy.
And then, ah!
Now, bad Zoomy. Cast Firebolt.
You're safe in your dome.
Yeah. Does it seem like they're taking bad damage from it?
They look fine.
Pass.
Alright. Loomy Zombie is going to attack Nanny. Alright. And that is one attack. Second attack is 16 to hit. Nanter.
Oh yeah, 16 does hit.
Uh,
Sorry, someone wrote to
2 points of bludgeoning.
Wait, oh wait. So my feat reduces it by 3, so I take no damage.
I think it's a minimum of 1, or does it just say? Oh,
Good question. Let's check. So your features and trait feat. While wearing your heavy armor, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage that you take from non-magical weapons is reduced by 3.
okay. Con save.
Oh, do I have disadvantage on saving throws or just
I
skill
think
checks?
poison is just skill checks and attack.
Okay, so 17.
Okay.
Not this time, bitch.
You take 3 points of poison damage.
Shit. Spoke too
Roger.
soon. I can't really see through them much. I mean,
You see the occasional Loomy head bite Nanter in the arm.
Bad, Lumi. I killed you before I can kill you again.
But yeah, you don't have a real good line of sight on it. You can see some like bits and pieces of things, but not much.
I mean, I guess I'll move here. Can I? I can't really. In the combat rules, there's any chance I can move through that?
In combat rules, you can move through Bartholomew to get around and to get to the side of it. Yeah.
To there.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
It takes 2 feet for every 1 foot you move, so 5 feet of your movement would be 10 feet to move through a friendly. But yes,
I got this.
as you come into contact with it, it is going to come out at you.
Okay.
Nope, 7 to hit.
No.
Really good damage. Well,
Alright. Just making sure I understand my character again. I will attack with my longest sword.
sure.
And I don't have advantage in any way, right?
Nope. Because it, not only are you not flanked in anything, but it is following your position.
It's the D8. The
one
here,
hand,
the
yep.
13.
All right.
Does that hit?
I have
Yeah.
a few turns before it's my turn.
It's a 25 to hit with 13 damage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that hits.
And then kind of really don't need anything else. So I will do my end of round. Yeah.
23.
Yep, 12 damage.
Okay.
That does it.
Jan,
Yes.
you up?
So I asked Orvex, what the heck's a Lumi? And why does Bartholomew seem so happy to see it if it tried to bite him?
Lumi was one of their past companions that actually died in this room, I think. And he points over to the tile next to him. I think right about there is where he perished.
Oh, great, so it's an undead.
Yes, it would appear so. Bartholomew turned him into a zombie, and it appears it is back.
Oh, I see. So John's gonna move to here, and he'll ready his bow in case Bartholomew backs up and the thing tries to come in the room. So I'll say that if it gets to basically where Bartholomew is, he'll fire at it, but he's gonna hold and just end his turn.
Okay. Orvex not getting a clean shot. Yeah, he is going to hold a readied ranged action as well. Little did Zarius know that 2 people would pass their turn. So now we have to wait for Zarius to come back.
That's cool. I'm just gonna go ask my mom some questions real quick. So Lord Dami, send me a text when I need to come back.
Like
Well,
a text or a Discord?
Make a Discord. I'll hear it.
Alright. I'm fine either, so that's why I asked.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't be. I won't be long.
Zarius. I'm just gonna keep saying Zarius' name till he comes back, so Zarius knows that.
Sorry, I had to pee really fucking bad.
No, it's funny that you just so happened that 2 people held their action and passed their turn. So
I didn't even hold an action. So
What the
I'm
fuck?
not.
yeah,
Okay.
you're up, Zarius.
So, I mean, I can't really do anything. There's 2 people.
In your way through a crowded, broken crystal doorway. Yeah.
Can I move through them past Roger, like shove past them and get like behind the dude?
It is 10 feet. It is double the movement per square of moving through a friendly, but you can move through friendlies.
I mean, that's still within my 30 feet.
Then I would say yes, you can.
All right, because that Roger would put me at 25, and then my last 5 would put me behind him.
All right, and as you get close, he is going to swing at you. 21 to hit.
It hits.
3 points of bludgeoning and Constitution saving throw, please.
13.
Fail. You are poisoned.
I get advantage because I have resistance on poisoning. So I'll roll again. 15.
Still fail. And
Ouch.
you take 3 points of poison damage, and you are poisoned.
So that was 8 total.
Yes. Wait. 6. 3 and 3.
That's even better.
And
so my turn.
Yeah. Disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls.
Right.
That hits.
All right, I gotta double check this right here.
First time using it.
Yep. As he swings it, he speaks the command word, which you never told me.
I don't care. It's yours.
Actually, no, I don't have to speak the command word to activate the extra 1d8. It's the healing that I have to activate that on. But I will go ahead and do that too. So that's a bonus action. to do this, to activate the healing. So he says a word in Celestial as he swings it, and the censer starts smoking a pure white, thick smoke. And anybody within 10 feet of me that is any creature regains 1d4 hit points from its holy smoke.
Any creature in 10 feet?
Yes. But it is healing magic. Just keep that in mind.
Yep.
And then as well as part of my channel divinity, whenever I hit a creature, let's see.
He does have to roll the healing, yes.
Yes, I have to roll the healing. That was what it was, right? Yeah. So spinning one of my channel divinities, this next hit starts at 21. And then I'm going to roll the attack of the weapon.
Well, you hit with the first one.
Well, it's only one attack.
So what's the damage?
So 3 radiant and wait, why does it say 3-7 for? Oh, because I triggered the divine strike. Yes. Sorry, first time playing a fucking paladin. All right.
Yeah, there's a lot going on Paladins.
Okay, where is the divine strike?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, I thought that was the channel divinity. No, excuse me. The channel divinity I am going to activate because whenever you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can spend a channel divinity to use an extra 21 points of necrotic damage. It's a no action ability. You hit and you just activate it. So 21 necrotic, then 12 bludgeoning, then 3 radiant, and then once on each of your turns when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can also cause the attack to do an additional 1d8 of necrotic damage.
Mhm.
So it's 21 necrotic, 12 bludgeoning, 3 radiant, and then 7 more necrotic.
Okay, so here's how this goes. The smoke comes out and then lashes forward towards the zombie in a sickly necrotic energy that seems to pass right through it. You then swing the censer at it, and it basically deflects off the bone, seeming to do basically nothing to it. And then a small spark of radiant energy kind of sends a shockwave from the inside, causing it to crumple to the ground.
Do I need to roll the 1d4 for the healing, or does that start on the next turn?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't have your weapon.
All right, that's what I'm trying to read. It says, it emanates a thin cloud of incense out to 10 feet around me for 1 minute. The start of each of your turns. So yes, it starts at the next turn.
Start of your turn.
For
Yep.
the next 10 turns.
All right, and it goes down. It's been at 1 health for like 20 attacks, by the way.
Lol,
And I have
really?
made its con save every single time.
Listen to me. I just wanted to do the big dig damage. All right?
And then the 3 radiant that it can't save from kills it.
Nice.
Zarias has basically just said, oh yeah, no, you saved from the other 3 types of damage I just threw at you? Well, fucking eat this. Flicks you with a little radiant spark.
Yep.
No, that was great.
No, I thought that was actually my con save for your radiant and your bludgeoning. Okay, so it's 5 plus the DC, 5 plus damage taken DC con save. The 12 I rolled a 22, so 12 plus 5 is 17, so I saved that. Then the necrotic, I rolled a natural 20 to save on the big dick necrotic. Then
As you do.
Then the 7 necrotic, I rolled a 23. and I can't save against the radiant. So
I can't believe that this freaking censor is stupid like this.
it is stupid.
I can't believe paladins are stupid like this.
Paladins are stupid. Yes. All right, and it goes down.
And that was just one attack. I think paladins get 2 attacks.
Did you just roll a 21, or is it just
The channel divinity, it's just an automatic 21, and it goes up every time I level up.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
it's X times the paladin level.
That's pretty good.
Most paladins' channel divinity is usually a healing source.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is about this paladin, but he's literally just explosive necrotic damage.
That's insane.
Well then.
He's essentially Arthas, but without killing people. Well, without killing innocent people.
This city must be purged.
I'll purge you.
Well, I was talking more about his march on Lordaeron and his march on Silvermoon.
Oh, wonderful. It appears you found your friend I left for you. I do hope there's more where that comes from.
I never met him.
See you soon.
Thank you, you weird man. I finally got to properly kill him myself.
Actually, I killed him. It was my hit.
Alexarius. We shared the kill, okay? I got the first strike. You got the last strike, okay?
Oh, it's
No.
dead?
Yeah, no, it's dead.
It's Ash. As I grab the
Anybody
Ash
poisoned does not regain health from the censure.
me.
Neat.
Well, that was exciting.
If you're gonna heal,
I'm-
roll for it, because there's people within 10 feet of you.
Alright.
I think I'm the
You want
only
me to
one
roll
within
10
10
times?
feet, and I'm not poisoned.
You can roll 10d4 or whatever it is.
I mean, I think I'm the only one within 10 feet. I'm not hurt, but I think everyone else is poisoned.
Bartholomew's within 10 feet.
Oh, I thought he was poisoned.
No, I'm not poisoned. Funny thing enough, I'm immune to poison now.
Right, but you don't know that.
19
You don't
points
know
of
that because you
healing.
haven't tested it, Bartholomew.
Yeah, I know. It's over the table thing.
All right, yeah, you would normally regenerate this health, Zarius, but something's off.
Zara lifts his sensor and just shakes it.
This thing on?
I'm just like, well, I'm going to bed.
Wait, this doesn't happen often. I swear.
Never
I can
happened to me
explain.
before.
This is normal.
Ding dong.
Say, Bartholomew,
Yes.
you made that creature?
Yes, actually. Apparently it was not under my control anymore, but yes, I was the one who originally created it. Yes.
Why would you make a creature that you would lose control of that would try and eat us?
Well, it kind of disappeared after I lost it, but
Why would he perform a snake ritual to alter himself without telling us? It just seems like this is a trend at this point.
Bartholomew, Arcana check, please.
Okay.
Was that Meepo chiming in, or was that just Solo talking?
That was Meepo
Maybe
chiming
chime
in.
in.
Okay.
You know, with your vast knowledge of necromancy, you don't lose control of your constructs. If you get out of range of your constructs, they then return to their previous form.
But you see, John, as a necromancer, you don't just lose control of the things you create. That doesn't happen. But if it leaves anywhere near me, then if I leave it, let's say I tell it to stay here and I leave it, it will just go to being a normal zombie.
Well, a corpse, because you raise
There
it
you
from
go.
a corpse.
Right. If that makes any sense, John.
I see. Well then, I suggest you not lose track of one again.
As Bartholomew goes back to the time where he lost 2 in the city of Omu.
Yes.
And 2 skeletons.
Well, the skeletons were lost in combat, okay?
Oh, that's right. Okay. The zombies were just lost.
Yeah, the zombies were just lost.
We're going to
Actually,
talk about the skeleton.
2 zombies died. I lost 2, and then 2 skeletons died, and then I lost to zooming.
We don't talk about the skeletons.
We don't talk about skeletons.
It's a dark moment in Bartholomew's life,
Yes.
even for a necromancer.
He quite enjoyed it.
It was pretty fucked
Czar.
up, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Zara
pretty
is still
messed up.
shaking his sensor. I don't. And after the minute passes, he puts it up.
Smoke dissipates. Some of it goes down into the metal grating in the hallway in a quick pace.
Wait, whose smoke goes what?
The weapon that Zarius was holding emitted smoke during the
Oh,
combat.
Gotcha.
All right, it's been about 4 hours. Anybody doing anything?
Nanter will grab his greatsword and go to bed.
I'm guessing John didn't sleep at all during this, so he should sleep as well.
Zar feels off, and he knows that the healing should have worked. He knows he didn't put the wrong incense in the sensor, so he lifts a finger up to his forehead and touches his forehead and casts Lesser Restoration.
You are no longer poisoned.
And then he's going to walk back into the room and back into the bubble. Well, anybody else get hit by that thing? It made me feel a little off.
I did.
Nanter,
raises
take
his hand
4 points of
forward.
poison damage.
Anyone other than Nanter?
Nanter will go.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
There was the mic pop, him falling down.
No.
Can Zar physically see the scratch mark or the bite mark that Nanter has?
Naked eye? No. It's under some of his plating.
Gotcha. He's going to put a hand on Nanter's chest and cast Lesser Restoration.
You are no longer poisoned, Nanter.
I will deeply breathe and I'm like, oh, that feels so much better. Thank
Looks
you,
to Roger.
Zarius.
Are you good?
Oh yeah, that thing didn't touch me.
Okay. And then he's going to go back to right here, staring down this hallway for the next 4 hours.
All right, anybody else doing anything? You still have 10 hours
Which
left?
sucks because I can't fucking take another long rest.
No, you can't.
The rules still apply to even me.
Yep.
Nope, just biding time.
Yep.
All right. If no one's going to do anything for the next 10 hours, we will go to the next. We will go to actually 4 hours in the dome falls.
Obviously, I'm gonna recast it
Thank you.
because the goal is to recast it before I go to sleep because I need the rest in the last 8 hours.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it's off. The Asian one on the door. Should be the yum yum in there too.
Ding dong, ding dong. Wakey, wakey. It's midnight again here. Welcome, welcome. Hope you didn't sleep too well. Hope to see you soon. Bring more friends.
This guy is a dick.
Total. Ugh.
You are
I'm
all awoken from your sleep. You all do get a long rest. If you are affected by any poison status effects, you do not regain health. But if you are not, you can all regain your health.
Yay!
Fucking
Lovely.
Feels
Thank
good, man.
fucking god.
As Meepo
Feels
timed it and the dome falls.
Hell yeah.
And we all use all our abilities in the first fight. Yay!
Yay!
And Meepo wants another long rest.
You know,
Right?
you know how I've had to have a note on the side for the exact hour that Lumi comes back, and you know how long it's been? I've had to keep that note. Because I keep track of the minutes, for those who don't know.
Oh no.
You're on day 114.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, I keep track of the time.
If conversation comes up, Roger's suggestion, after Roger wakes up, he's going to check his gear a couple times and double check John's.
Yeah, that'll
But
take
he's
like
gonna-
half. Oh, and John's, that's going to take like half an hour, yeah.
I'm going to make sure John's is good. But I'm going to be suggesting we go downstairs. I have to refill my water. Be right back.
Meepo, you wake up, you're good.
So did Meepo sleep through that entire fight?
Shit.
He just said.
You guys had it.
He
that
looked
was
up,
good.
saw it. Yeah, you're fine. You might sleep.
Pretty much.
Bartholomew, Constitution
Yes.
saving throw, please.
Alrighty.
Oh boy.
Boop.
Oh boy. I'm a real boy. Oh,
Oh.
oh boy. Well, Mickey Mouse here.
Your tongue feels weird.
Oh no.
A little
I
dry.
don't know.
Turn it. Nancer, can you come here for a second?
I get up, stretch, flex a bit. Yeah, what's up?
Before I put my mask on, can you tell me something's wrong with my my tongue?
Go ahead.
I tip my tongue out.
Are you looking at his tongue, Nanter?
Yes, yes I am.
You see about a quarter of an inch of the tip of the tongue is starting to split.
Oh,
What do you think was gonna happen, dumbass?
don't be alarmed, but your tongue is splitting apart. Like you're going in snake transformation. You know, snakes,
Oh.
their little thingamabobs when they pull out their tongues and flip flops in the wind.
Oh. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome, snake bitch. I mean, snake boy. I mean, snake wizard. Carry on.
It's a little weird how excited.
You're
he
welcome,
is.
dumbass.
Right? You may want to sleep on
Ooh.
the other side of the dome tomorrow from Nanter.
But that Bartholomew's just gonna put all his gear back on and wait.
I say, would we see hit this check too?
Actually, Nanter, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh no.
If you have
Poison.
any advantage to poison, let me know.
No,
I
I don't-
didn't.
I don't have advantage to poison, but that's 19.
You successfully save as Bartholomew is opening his mouth to show you his tongue. He spits poison at you. Poison
Damn it.
gas out of his mouth.
Whoa,
Oh.
Bartholomew, Jesus Christ, what did you eat?
Oh.
That's poisonous.
I'll cover my mouth. Oh, what the what? I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
What's your burps, my man?
Oh, my apologies.
You now have access to poison spray.
That's embarrassing. I put my mask on my face. I'm sorry.
Don't hotbox yourself in there.
I'm back, and Bartholomew's committing assault.
Yes, you saw a
Assault, battery,
noxious
and deception.
you saw a noxious gas of cloud be released from Bartholomew's mouth as Nanter was looking at his tongue and states that his tongue is starting to split. A lot happens when you go to the water cooler.
Right. Do I perceive that any of this was intentional?
Bartholomew's apologizing, so probably not.
Okay.
And he quickly covered his mouth and puts his mask back on.
Right. It's like there's body language. I can tell me if something was. You know.
Mhm.
He didn't go, "Hey Nanter, look."
Mm.
Hey, Nanter.
I know.
Hey Nanter, do you smell popcorn?
As his
What?
face begins to burn.
Surprise explosion, motherfucker.
Alright. I'm sorry, Nantu.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Better keep that mask on, Bartholomew.
It looks like I might have to.
You will be required to take your mask off if you cast poison spray.
Gotcha.
I'm
Otherwise,
just imagining.
otherwise you hotbox yourself.
Wait, if I take it off, isn't that just a free cast already? Since it's just lodged in my face.
That's going to be part of the semantic for your casting of poison spray.
Okay.
It's like he's got his own pepper spray for himself.
Yeah, I just lift the mask up.
And
Takes his mask
Bartholomew.
off, and it's just he's just got red eyes. Are you good? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll fight.
Wakes up in the middle of the night dying because he actually like snored out poison.
What do you mean, man? What's a Bartholomew?
I'm from the future, dude.
my name is Snake Emil.
Where I come from, they have lights on the streets.
Sure they do, buddy. Sure they do.
Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
Crazy.
Crazy, man.
Crazy people.
That was funny.
All right, you guys are up and about. What you doing?
Well, I guess we're all heading downstairs now.
Unless
Roger?
anyone can think of a way to quell that flaming skull and deal with those spiders. I mean, Zarius, you dealt with those spiders.
I'd say to
Honestly?
be determined later.
My vote's to go below.
Yep.
I agree with that. But
I have a feeling there's a snail waiting for me somewhere in this bitch.
I agree. But I mean, since we were arrested, now we might be able to take on the skull. Possibility, but.
Alright.
Well, you still have that horn of blasting that you lent me, and that seems to be the only thing to really damage these crystal objects, and it seems to be in a crystal chest. So the first,
But the thing was, it came out at the chest when it attacked us.
well, yeah, but that's before we knew what was going on. So if we give, if we have if we can take our adversary by surprise, who knows what sort of advantages that will give us. But then we would need somebody to be in there first, and the issue we have with that is the funnel, the bottleneck of the doorway. We've dismantled the trap, but it's still guarded by those spiders. And even after a couple of fireballs, which I've never seen. I mean, I know insects don't like Inferno, but they still keep coming. And I listened, and I can tell you, there's a swarm in there. I've dealt with many insect swarms, and there's a swarm in there. We may not even have a fathom of their numbers.
That's very true, yes. Well, since you put it that way, yes, let's go downstairs.
Believe me, I promised Moa myself to free her and let her and assist and have her, do like Oblaka here. But right now, I don't know if it's the smartest thing to do is going in there.
Roger, who is that with us?
Was that with us? What the fuck?
I sense something. You sense it. Be cautious.
So I'm not crazy seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
I would like to
I see it.
look around to see if anything is amiss.
You see that the thrones are occupied once again.
Nanter will book it out of the room.
Oh no.
John, leave.
Yeah, say it.
Character,
Yeah,
I need an
Bartholomew's
update.
out.
I need an update of what actually happened in this room and like because my character was here at the time, but I was not.
You guys woke
So
up.
this room.
We woke up. We were talking about what to do next.
The enemies are back. I see this. We
And
did
now
this
we
room.
see that-
Exactly, we woke up.
I'm trying to tell you.
You guys are before the first time we came. My character was here. I was not. I don't know anything about this room.
We
Gotcha.
woke up.
No. He's talking about
Not
the first time that
now,
you guys entered.
ever. I've never been in this room myself.
But his
A
character
month
was
or
in here.
two ago.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Before the first time we've ever been in this room, what happened?
So the crystal door was there. The short version is all of these things around us were wearing a mask, like the one you currently have.
I didn't even know I had
And-
until today.
What?
I didn't even know I had that until today.
Okay. Well, as long as a humanoid or as long as a creature wearing the mask enters the room, they won't care. They're sitting on stone thrones. Well, the throne of the South Purple, because there's two purples. South Purple has been very destroyed. Red might be destroyed. I'm kind of iffy on that one.
Red was not
But-
destroyed.
Huh?
Red was not destroyed.
We just kind of moved it aside.
You got behind it and moved the wall, yeah.
Okay. So if you're wearing a mask, those things don't bother you unless you attack them. Then they get kind of pissed off. If you're not wearing a mask, for some reason they didn't attack Lumi or Nanter's Echo. We don't know why. But as soon as Nanter entered in by switching places with his Echo, because that crystal door was there, they all freaked out and attacked Lumi and Nanter, killing Lumi, because Nanter killed Lumi. And then Bartholomew shattered the portal, that little crystal thing, with his horn of blasting, and that's how we all got in. And after a long fight, I could have swore you fireballed.
I may
There
have,
was somebody
but I
playing
was
with
not there. Someone was playing.
He did fireball, yes.
Okay. Was
Sure.
that when you? Oh, that's when you were playing him. That's right.
And I was
Yeah.
debating on whether to teleport in and save Lumi or not.
So yeah, fireball did a good trick, but yeah, basically that's it. The two stars are eyeball statue.
What were
Bears?
they? There were statue. I think it was two bears holding up a disc that had a bunch of eyes moving around the room.
Yeah.
That black circle is the disc currently face down on the floor.
Right. Because Lumi melted it, basically.
He was destroying it, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have proficiency in survival?
Why?
I do. Wisdom.
I do.
Survival 8.
Wait, and what again, Park?
Survival.
I
Okay,
do not.
figured as such. I do not.
Okay. If you're proficient in survival, as you're taking in your surroundings and you're being very alert right now, you notice there are small halfling size footprints going all around the room to the thrones and up through the northern passage. Freshly made.
What's the status of the sarcophagus in the middle?
I'd like to put the mask on.
Okay. It's
Oh,
just as you left it.
and
Slightly
as I
open.
notice Darius is still in the room, I tell him he needs to leave.
Czar just kind of looks around. Why?
You don't have a mask, and I make sure mine's put on. And these things attack things without masks.
He just shrugs and walks out, and then just stands here and looks in.
Do these creatures have a mask on?
They don't.
So nobody on, and I make sure Zarius and Nanter can hear. Nobody on watch was able to see these. It looks like things brought these things into the room.
I saw nothing during my watch, and I watched this door carefully.
When you have to manually reset your traps.
Right?
At that moment, Roger, with your high passive perception, you look to the north behind the red throne and you see this figure, a small dwarf-like creature with a mask of the same demon figure that you've seen carved throughout this entire place several times, carrying what appears to be a handful of masks, quickly sees you and then shuts that door that you opened up and disappears.
Only Roger saw this?
Only Roger saw this.
Sorry, I have tortilla in my mouth.
No excuse.
So, Zarius doesn't remember. John wasn't here. Everyone else, remember when we were here last and I said there was like a dwarf halfling thing, and that's how I knew there was a secret door there, and I point to the south. That somehow they snuck in, redid all these creatures, and there was one, and I point up to the north red one. There's another one at the secret door just now with a bunch of masks. It looks like they were trying to reset everything in this room. And it had the mask. It was wearing a mask, or it just looked like it.
It was wearing a green, looks like jade mask that it looks very much like the demon faces you've seen.
Right. And it may have an enchanted mask, which is why we probably didn't see them. I still don't know if there's more than one. But it looked like that face that obscures our vision and sound.
Well, if this room's preoccupied once again, I think it would be a wise suggestion to leave the premises. As Bartholomew slowly backs out into the hallway.
I point toward the way that that he said the creature went, and I'm going to cast message. I'm going to say, "What are you doing, little one?" And then just pause, and I'm going to hope maybe I hear something back.
You wait for about 6 seconds. It's no response.
I just want to double check. Not even if it was saying something to others, I would hear it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it says a reply, so whatever it says, it would come back with.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I like caught it in the middle of talking to someone, then if I would hear it.
You would, yeah.
Hey, John's gonna whisper to Nanter and say, "So why'd we have to leave the room if we didn't have a mask on?"
We get eaten by those things and attacked, basically.
Oh,
So if you want to survive, we stay outside the room.
Or get a
Unlike, I point to the potentially dead ashes of Zumi below his feet at this point. Unless you want to end up like that.
oh, maybe we should get more masks.
Well, we had some, but they burned up.
Ah,
Yeah.
bad timing then.
Yep. I had one, I think, but it got burnt. And now we're in this predicament once again.
Well,
I guess we really only have nowhere else to go but down.
but this tells me something else. These creatures have another way around, because we know where that hallway ends. And I kind of point down the hall where you guys are, near those stairs. You guys have visited it.
Do you remember I saw a small creature in the lower levels? Remember when I told you guys that?
I guess we need to move down even more.
Indeed. Our path aligns.
All right, let's continue, but I guess we got to remember this. If we want to fortify ourselves here, we need to clear the room.
Clear it out again. Yeah.
But at least we have masks this time for now. And if anyone has any sort of sensory magic, we would probably benefit in some way. I'm not sure how, but they probably have magic masks.
I can ritual cast detect magic.
No, but don't you have to be in an area? You can't just kind of walk around with it.
It would just be constant. So
Oh, it would be constant.
yeah, I'd just be able to see anything magical.
Aren't the walls magic? I'm asking Meepo because I feel he's cast detect magic within this temple.
This is a great question. I don't.
Okay. I know you've talked a lot about a lot of things being magic.
I don't remember. Like, I could ask, but I know the answer is gonna be, like, I guess can I do an intelligence check if I remember if the walls glowed last time?
Sure. More Arcana, but
Maracana.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if I could remember. That's why I was. So you want me to Arcana check?
yeah, I'll give you Arcana on that. Faintly.
Okay, they glow lightly. It's not blinding. I imagine if there's something stronger directly behind the wall or anything like that, I would easily be able to see what's going on.
Well, if it won't cause you harm or distraction, yeah, we can move into the hallway, and it would probably be valuable to see if you can see magic moving behind walls, then we'll know if they have other passageways. But
Yeah,
let's
gonna
move out of
ass-
this room for now.
Where is it that the darkness starts again?
You
2L.
tell me.
I'm just gonna say that. I'm pretty sure
You
it's
hear,
after that.
and Roger will talk to John. Now remember, John, I'll move here. In front of me, the darkness and silence starts. You got to watch your way. Just the only way I can think of it is always be confident where forward is before you walk into the darkness.
Okay.
And I'll cross the path.
I will follow Roger.
And actually, I need to I'm going to stand here and peer carefully around the corner, looking up to see if I can notice anything.
All right, Park. I guess I'm going to stop here, put my hand on the wall, and get ready to roll those dice again.
Give me an intelligence check with advantage.
Okay. Intelligence. Advantage.
John is not a smart man.
Right.
You make it.
John and Roger have stimulating conversations with each other.
Yeah, right. About weather and paint.
Yes.
Yeah, you make it across just fine. With your past experience plus Roger's help and seeing Nanter make it across. Everybody can make it through without issue.
Almost
Do I
like you've
notice
done this
anything
before.
up or down this hallway?
Nope.
Wouldn't I not have a problem with that? Because technically, because I'm a rogue and I would like figured it out because it's a trap technically.
Not a trap.
Oh, it's not.
Nope. It's
It is
just
magical blindness and silence.
makes you blind, deaf, and dumb. No, you don't see anything, Roger. Looks clear.
Plus, you are really far away from your mic, so if we miss some things, that's probably why.
Oh, sorry, I'm stuffing steak and rice in my face.
I mean, I figured, but I figured I'd also tell you. Because you can't hear yourself.
Zarius and Meepo are hanging back.
I
Sorry,
guess I should follow the group.
Unless you want to be in a room full of lights. Can.
See, but part of me wanted to like cast like magic in here and see what all came up as magic before I left. But you guys all took off.
Hey, you still have the option.
I suggested we leave the room before. You're your own lizard.
I left the room because I didn't have a mask.
I was just saying, is somebody standing on Orvex?
Oh, there's Orvex. I wonder where he went.
I have a mask on, so I'm just gonna start detecting
Could
magic.
somebody move the snake human from on top of me, please? Thank you.
Sorry,
I like
Orvex.
the history of
apologize.
Mu. I like the history of Mu and Yuntai, but I don't need them on top of me. Thank you.
Let's say Park missed his chance. He could have made Orbex disappear, and we would have never known.
Oh no, Roger would know.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what are you doing, Meepo?
I'm just gonna start ritual cast detect magic where I am.
Ritual cast. Okay.
That's the 10-minute cast?
Yep.
Okay. After about 5 minutes, Roger will think, Meepo?
He's
anyone-
not back here. I believe he's
anyone-
still in the room.
There's no one standing on him, right?
And Orvex looks back. Yes, he appears to still be there on top of the sarcophagus where we left him.
When John asks about someone standing on him, Zara lifts his boot. Nope.
As one who was stood on, I would know if I'm standing on someone, yes.
I'll keep an eye here on this hallway, but can someone check
I'll
on
go
Meepo?
get him. I'll go get him.
I was gonna say, yeah, make sure you have a mask.
I do. I'll be back. I'm just going to walk all the way over here. Meepo?
I'm in the middle of a ritual.
I don't care. He's still going to talk to you, even though he knows you are. He just didn't care if you're in the middle of something.
I'm gonna get a drink real quick.
Are you coming with us? No.
Middle of a ritual.
Okay, suit yourself then. And I'm going to walk all the way back. And I'm going to tell Roger, Meepo seems to be busy at the moment. And he's ignoring everything, so we leave him.
What's he doing?
He's casting a ritual spell. I'm not sure what he's doing, but
He's casting detect magic, but I don't know why he'd be in there. Okay. Well, I guess Nanter, come with me. If things get dicey, cast your echo.
Very well.
Everyone, I guess, Zarius and everyone stay back there and make sure nothing comes down that hall.
Yeah, John, I'll move out to the corner here and watch.
Bounce, please work. I did not see where you went.
Where'd Nanter go?
Nanter?
Right, I'm back.
Someone stepped on Nanter. Oh no.
Where
How
did
do
you go? Like, I didn't see you move for some
How
reason.
do you step on a Nanter?
I went to the crystal door.
Ah, you went that way. Yeah.
To the. Where
Sorry.
did you think I went?
It all got foggy, and someone was typing to me. And sorry. All right,
So
there we go.
basically, after it was explained that Meepo is ritual casting,
Yes.
Roger said, well, Park just got back. I didn't realize Park went AFK. Roger said, okay, well, Nanter, come with me. If things get dicey, cast your echo inside. We'll keep watch on Meepo, make sure he's fine. Everyone else keeps watch on the other side. And that's where we're at.
Okay. If nothing's gonna happen, ritual cast gets finished. If everybody's just holding position.
You know?
Okay. The walls glow faintly with transmutation school. The rights glow with necromancy. And the disc glows with divination.
Solo as a person doesn't fully understand what all those mean. And the walls are glowing with different things.
The walls glow with transmutation magic.
Okay, I thought you said one wall was transmutation, the other one was necromantic.
The whites.
The whites. Okay, I thought you said the wall.
No, no.
I was like, what?
The whites
Why
are
are the walls changing on me?
The whites are
Concern.
necromancy, and the disc is divination.
Must have been some deep ritual.
Anything in the direction of where Dammy said the person disappeared into the wall at?
Just the white and the walls.
Okay. I forget. Did we go back there already?
Yes.
That's the magnet disintegrator statue and some sort of murky pool fountain that somebody drank.
Not murky. It's
Nanter,
crystal
I think.
clear.
Oh, was it crystal clear?
It was crystal clear with some moss on the rim.
I think Zari's convinced Nanter to drink some.
It's like, yeah, I think Nanter drank
No,
it.
no. I got dared.
He got paid
to
for
do
that.
so.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
got
he
paid
did.
for that.
I got
Yeah,
paid and
bribed.
dared. No,
Zarius 1.0 was
yeah.
there for that.
Yeah,
Right.
1.0.
Yeah, 2.0 doesn't know what he's talking about.
No. 2.0
No,
is
that's
talking
why
nonsense.
Roger didn't mention it.
Yeah.
But
'Cause
you can bet your bottom dollar that if 2.0 went in there, he would ask somebody to, drink it for 10 gold.
Yep. Deja vu.
It's like I've been here before.
I've drank from this water before. Deja vu.
I got in sepsis.
Anything
here
else, Meepo?
before.
I'm gonna start walking around and taking note of everything that comes up as magical, what it is, what school, and then once I'm caught up with the rest of the party, I'm gonna relay them what I've seen, what's there, and then ask where we're going next, and that we're on a time limit until this drops.
Okay.
Ooh, I wonder how that would work.
I
I won't
know
work.
what you're thinking. So good luck. Let us know when you figure it out, and then move forward.
I had a feeling you're talking about here, aren't you? When I go to
Mhm.
walk through this, it's gonna
Yeah,
be a wall of
absolutely.
fucking light.
He's absolutely talking about there.
I am,
I mean,
because it's
I close
magic
my eyes.
darkness.
I close my eyes and walk through it. So what is it gonna be opposite of dark and just super bright? Like what?
Am I the only one that when I close my eyes, I can see my eyelids give off light, basically?
Yeah, I imagine it would still be like blinding light, but it'd be the same as going through in the dark because I'm just equally as not seeing things.
Yeah, it's especially bad when you're at the beach and when you open your eyes, you get this like blue haze.
No, I mean like when I'm sleeping in
Oh.
darkness. No one else gets that?
I
If-
felt that once or twice
If
before.
there's a
It's
light that
weird.
casts through a window, but yes.
Nope, no light. Sometimes
Yeah,
I'll close
no.
my eyes and I'll feel like I can see through the room through my eyelids.
Yeah.
That's just your memory just portraying it in your eyelids.
Right, but then sometimes it's just white light.
It may
Are
be
you
because we're twins, but yes.
Okay, so yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it just creates light from nowhere, and you
From
can't figure
nowhere,
out-
and you can't find it, and you can't get rid of it.
No, it's just
Oh.
a light. It's like okay, until you open your eyes, and then you're in your room.
Yeah, it's super
You guys
obnoxious.
also have stupid sensitive eyes.
Yes, we do have stupid sensitive eyes, and it's obnoxious as hell. And I think that might be what it's from. Yeah, if you guys have never experienced it, it is the most bullshit thing ever.
I've actually sighed
It does sound
going to
bullshit.
bed when it happens.
Oh,
My-
damn it. When Court cut her finger, she actually experienced Vesel Vega reaction. So she
did
knows.
she get lightheaded, or did she actually pass out?
But all the above.
Wow.
She actually
Somebody else
experienced.
knows what it's like.
I'm like, it's so hard to explain what it's like unless you experience it, and she finally experienced it.
Yep. See, that's normal because when it's somebody else's injury, it's no big deal. But when it's your body says, "Oh, this isn't right."
Yeah.
Freaks out and passes out.
How bad did she cut her finger?
Not bad. Just deep enough to get 2 stitches, but
Yeah.
she got
Have
to
you
the
ever
muscle.
If you ever cut an extremity and you look at it, most of the time your body will freak out.
See, I've cut my finger before.
For stitches?
I should have gotten stitches, but I didn't.
But yeah, you pass through the darkness perfectly fine. The walls still emit. You see, no, that's not magic. You closed your eyes through that. You don't see that. All right, yeah, the walls emit magic, and you make it over there. I'd say you got about 8 minutes left. Or no, you spent some time in the room. How long is the spell? 10 minutes?
Yep.
I'll give you 5 minutes left.
Or wait, hold on. I think it's 10. Let me double check. Right?
Yeah. Double check.
Check magic. Casting time. Concentration 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll give you 5 more minutes.
All right. John, are you gonna lead the way?
All right.
Remember, this entire place, as just demonstrated in that room, the place we've cleared, everything's a trap.
Makes you wonder how I made.
As we're walking around, basically, whenever there's something I haven't said, so I'm not gonna be like, that wall's this, that wall's this, that wall's this, that wall's still this wall's still this. Anytime something new comes on the radar, I'm gonna say what it is.
Well, it's the first time I've seen something like that. I don't know how I made it up here without stumbling across something like that myself, but all right. So I'm
And
gonna move to the top of the staircase here, kind of peer
Nanter, make
down.
sure you take rear.
Say, I didn't move to the top of the staircase, peering down. Don't see anything.
Nanta will take the rear, so he'll wait for everyone else from the party to make their way out first.
Hey,
All
finally.
right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go put Court to bed real quick. It won't take long.
Okay.
Bye.
Position yourselves how you guys, if you guys are going downstairs, start at the very bottom of the stairs and work your way up, so I know position. And I
Okay.
will be right back.
So, John, you put yourself.
And you
at
can
the
talk
base.
amongst yourselves.
Yeah. So I'll be
Orvex will
heading-
go between us.
Orvex. I
Yes, sir.
can't grab Orvex.
I
I think
gonna
he'd be between Bartholomew and Meepo in the middle.
I'll say I need to go up front closer so I can warn and see. So I have to be up a
Okay.
little bit farther than normal.
You
So
can leave him
Zari-
with me and the Echo.
As long as he's in front of you, yeah. He's
So
been
you're-
captured once.
So the echo just trails behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a wall between me and me.
Echo Knights are I know I say this all the time, but yeah, if I didn't go Rune Knight, I would have gone Echo Knight. That's how broken Echo Knights were. It took me a solid. I was talking back and forth with Park. It took me 3 days to decide between Echo Knight or Rune Knight. When I
Yeah.
archetype
Doesn't
my
burn
warrior.
any cast. You just cast it.
No, it's a bonus action.
And it's infinite.
Yeah, as long as you can take a bonus action, you can cast the Echo Knight.
Think it about this way, Ice. As long as there's infinitesimal realities of Nanter out there, there will be infinitesimal
Yeah.
echoes out there.
The Echo Knight is basically in Rick and Morty during the Crystal episode when Morty saw all possible futures, and it turned out he was really killing alternate Mortys. He wasn't saving place; he was just switching position with an alternate Morty. Except in this scenario, Morty can bring alternate Morty into reality and does his bidding.
And you can also take over his body for a certain amount of distance.
That's the does his bidding. Yeah, you can
That is-
switch places. You can take his consciousness.
That is
Mhm.
broken.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
Echo Knights are dumb.
Let's put it this way. Before we started treating it like an object, which it is,
Mhm.
I could get self-advantage from positioning my Echo across from an
True.
enemy.
And the only reason I didn't take Echo Knight is because Roger would not have any scenario in which he would be an Echo Knight, learn Echo Knight. He's not magic. He doesn't know magic. He doesn't so none of the Echo Knight made sense. But at Rune Knight, he's already he it's very using the hands and flow of things. So that's the only reason I chose Rune Knight over Echo Knight is because it wouldn't make sense for the character.
So I'm gonna say this as John too, as I'm saying we're gonna all follow me down. I'll say along the walls when we get down these stairs here, there's some plants that seem to be reactive toward people. They emit some kind of spray. It doesn't appear to be harmful.
Well, it didn't harm you, but that doesn't mean it's not harmful. Remember when you met us, you had spirits inside you that I had to cast out.
That's fair.
They seem to be, I think they might have been spies of some kind. They hurt you whenever we said the gods' names.
Yep.
So be careful going by these plants.
You know that show I posted in there, right, Dami? In modular game.
What?
For the thing what Meepo was doing when he was casting the ritual.
Yeah. Not Zowlin Showdown. That's the Jackie Chan Adventures.
Yep. One more thing. I never understood why they didn't use Jackie for the voice actor for that show.
I thought it was Jackie because they had his likeness as well. Like the
No,
introduction was literally going between cartoon Jackie and real life Jackie.
no, but if you look, the voice actor is not him. Pretty sure it's not anyway.
I'm looking. No, it was Jackie Chan.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Oh, I guess it switched between the two of them. So they may have been appeared when it was Jackie Chan, but then they use James C at some point.
All right, sorry, I had to take the dog out too. You can delete
see.
Orvex.
No, they switched between the two. They're both in 95 episodes.
We refuse to delete Orvex, thank you.
So maybe he would say like 3 lines and then switch to the James guy.
Makes sense.
All right, that's the position you guys are taking while you go downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, and I was telling the party that when we get to the staircase down here, there's some plants along the walls that seem to follow and respond to movement, and they sprayed some mist at me, which didn't seem to be harmful to me, but I was letting them know ahead of time.
And Roger mentioned things may have changed. I should probably zoom out in preparation of switching maps.
I hope it doesn't have really weird lighting like it looks like it does.
When I came down there, I don't remember there being weird lighting because I did go down there at one point.
Yeah, but just how I copied everybody over.
Let's see.
Yep, weird lighting. Oh well.
Not for me.
No, that looks pretty reasonable to be honest.
John.
Yes.
You remember this place. To the best of your ability, at least. You've been here before. You remember what's up that passage. But you guys make your way downstairs. It leads to another balcony level with more corridors, and you can see once you get to the base, you can see a staircase on the opposite end of the room. It leads you into a square hallway here, or a square chamber, much like above you. It opens up below you and above to the upper level. You guys can see a little bit more detail of the 4 gargoyle-looking statues at the very base of the floor, about 75 feet down. And you see in between these 4 statues appears to be a pit. Yeah, that goes down even further beyond your vision. What do you do?
I say I didn't take I didn't take the 2 passages ahead of me here to my left, or the one straight ahead off a little bit to the right there. I just came from down below. Where do you guys want to go?
Well, we need to find who's ever next, so lead on.
Well, I guess we'll go back to where it's familiar for me.
All right, who wants to choose the fate of this floor?
The fate of this floor?
Yeah, I had somebody roll a random die at the beginning of the last floor. Who wants to choose this one?
Sure.
I'll do it. I'm ready to roll.
Give me a D4, please.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
I apologize to the crowd for whatever I've done.
The
Sorry,
floor's
sorry.
fate has been determined.
Oh boy.
You see a little box in the top left corner of your screen. The dungeon will remember this.
The DM sees a box in the top left corner. Everybody disliked that.
Yeah.
The DM sees a box. Everybody quick saves 3 times.
Quick save, quick save, quick save, reload, quick save.
Every player has made 2 backup saves.
I make 1 hard save.
Everybody
so,
just like that. All right, John. You know you've come from here, so lead the way. But we should probably stay on this floor for now.
want to stay on this floor? Okay. So to the left there, it's a giant green jade devil statue. I did not go near it.
Wait, did you say Jade?
Jade.
Did it
I want
look
to go
like
look at it.
what?
You said it's just like around the corner, like I can't see.
Yes.
I'm gonna kind of weasel under you to point, like look at it, because I have detect magic on it, like to see what magic it gives, if any.
Meepo, when you fell down here, you kind of saw it.
No.
But he didn't have detect magic.
Yeah. So. I don't know where. Like I guess I'll move under him.
Yeah. So here, I'll move 1 step forward to you. There you go.
What magic is giving off?
Is it within? Is it 30 feet?
Magic 30 feet.
That just gets to the end of the hallway. You don't see anything.
The floor giving off anything? Walls.
Just the walls, the same faint magic as the walls above.
Can you guys that are adept at it check the floor for pressure plates? I need a couple steps in that direction to see what kind of magic it is, if it's giving off any.
John, that's why
Alright.
I suggested you lead.
All right. So I'm gonna kind of shuffle back in front of Meepo here, and kind of get Neil down toward the floor, kind of feel it out, see how it feels. Maybe lightly, press on it, see if it feels like it has a little bit of give in it.
Feels like floor.
Okay.
Floor is made of floor here.
So the floor seems to be stable.
Are you looking for traps?
John,
Yes.
you
Okay.
should probably check a couple more.
Give me a D20, or give me a dexterity check and add your proficiency. Because you're proficient in thieves' tools, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Dexterity roll, add your proficiency, which I think is +3 at this level.
It is. So here's dexterity roll, and then +3 is 21, 22, 23, 24.
Does not appear to be trapped.
I said it doesn't seem to be trapped. I'll
You
take
should check another one, John.
stepping forward, doing the same thing. Want me to roll again?
Yeah, you're doing it again.
Okay. There we go.
Doesn't look trapped. You're pretty sure it's not. It doesn't. You're pretty sure it's not trapped. Like you're very sure it's not trapped.
I'm 90% sure it's not trapped. Would you like me to check one more?
He's only 90%, Roger.
I was gonna say 90. John, have you seen the things that have come at us? You lost everything to a trap, almost everything,
All right, moving one more, checking one more.
and that one was obvious, sort of.
You're less sure, but it's still not trapped.
Going to say it's not trapped, hesitantly.
John.
All right. Checking the next one. Roll again.
Okay. Let me real quick. So that should let me see all of it no matter what. So
Okay. Not trapped.
I progress up behind you.
And I'll take
And
one more.
sure, on this one, I'm kind of like weaseling myself under you to get a better look without like pushing too far past you.
Okay.
As soon as you step underneath John and your eyes gaze upon the giant jade demon face structure in this 15-foot by 15-foot room in front of you, you see that the walls and the floor of this room are cracked and carved with the images of terrified humans falling. Set into the middle of the floor is a stone bas relief of the bearded devil face painted green that you've seen before. You hear faintly forlorn cries echo from a black void that is gaping of its maw, and inside the maw, your detect magic reveals the auras of evocation and illusion coming from within the mouth.
Okay, I call up there. I'm seeing evocation magic, and shit, I literally just said it, and I thought, how do I word about saying this properly? And I forgot what the other one was.
Evocation and illusion.
Does Roger understand?
I don't understand, so I'm gonna say you probably wouldn't if me.
I'm asking the DM.
Yeah, you've gained a rather sudden and abrupt knowledge of magic.
Damn it.
You get an
Try to
idea
make
of...
him give me an Arcana check.
Give me an Arcana check.
With advantage, sure, DM, no problem.
With advantage, please.
I have never seen somebody
Roger with advantage and Arcana checks.
Dude, this thing. Thank you.
Hey, I was
Sure.
happy in my Wednesday campaign when he finally had me roll a saving throw against frightened fear because I have advantage against fear. So I was super stoked.
It's just
That advantage,
ironically,
yeah.
it's just ironically funny that Roger has advantage on Arcana.
You know, evocations, the boom boom, and the illusion make things look weird.
Roger just kind of says, that makes complete sense, Meepo.
I am puzzled.
Roger says, I understand, in that way that people say unknowing and just agreeable. Yes,
Sure you do.
No, I have a vague understanding. So it's, yes, that does make sense.
And nothing else that I can see.
Nope.
I'm going to get back because, like, as I get closer to this thing, I just don't like the idea of it.
This is basically an upright version of the face you've seen carved into the walls.
Say, Roger, you want me to get closer to it?
That's
Would not
something
recommend.
Meepo should answer.
Would not recommend.
All right.
We're gonna keep going. I don't know how much time's left on this at this point.
3 minutes.
All right, so we're going to pull back. I'm going to scoot by Roger here. Scoot.
Yeah, you can freely walk through me.
All right. You want to check down this hallway?
Grab my guy, slide that back, progressing up with you. Anything different there, really?
Does that devil face look like the face I saw in the little short creature?
Yes, actually.
Fun.
What did I say the walls were giving off, Meepo?
Remember, I said that, and it seems so uninteresting.
I thought you
Like
wrote
basic.
it down because you said you put it in your notes.
Conjuration? No.
No,
It wasn't evocation, Dan. That much I know. Was it transmutation?
Let me go to the VOD.
Dan says VOD time.
I like how we both thought about it.
You
At the
guys
same
Yeah, we
said
time.
both said
the
it
same
to the VOD.
To the VOD.
One moment.
To the VOD.
You guys should be keeping notes on these things. Unless
I
you
was
just
just
Found
don't.
the
saying it.
exact moment. Hold on.
I wasn't thinking of holding on to it because I just assumed it was more kind of a this. Is this something to worry about right now? No, I wasn't really keeping notes on that. Sorry.
No, you're
I
fine.
guess I didn't think that was going to be an important fact to remember
Transmutation? Okay, I thought it was transmutation.
because it also doesn't help because I'm writing down words like I don't know what transmutation like.
Transmutation makes things turns from one thing to another.
Like
Good
Full
old
Metal
transformative
Alchemist.
magic.
Like Full Metal
Full Metal
Alchemist.
Alchemist. Like Full Metal
Yes.
I didn't watch. I never watched that.
All
show.
right, so as you're looking down, yeah, the walls give off transmutation, just like everything else, or just like all the other walls. There is a faint void in the wall about 15 feet down, continuing around this central room, where there appears
Last time
to
there was
be
something like that, it was a deathly fan.
where there appears to be a bronze plaque.
Well, where's the bronze plaque? Anything like where I see that apparently?
15 feet in front of you in the square room you are currently in.
I was looking down this way. Sorry, I was like, where's this plaque at? Okay, yeah, I see it right there. Okay. It looks like you can see this on the edge of my light. What is that?
That is a giant door. What's your perception? Passive?
Yeah, but 14.
You can make out three faint holes that are carved into this 9-foot wide door and 9-foot high door that's made of stone. But nothing magic seems to be about that. At least from your distance, of course.
I say, do you guys want to keep going down, or you want to go down the hall here?
Let's go take a glimpse of that door real fast over there, and I kind of point in the direction of it. Careful about this. There's like a plaque there. I don't know what it says, or it might be a wall trap for all I know. I don't.
So when I passed it, I couldn't understand the writing on it.
I have a spell for that too. That's another 10 minutes. We'll find that one out. I guess we have Orvex. So.
John, you're going up to the plaque?
I'm gonna stop just after it.
Do you look at it or just walk past it?
Well, I look at it as I walk by. I thought Meepo was gonna go in front of it and look at it.
Yeah, I'm moving up.
As you glance by it, John, you can read it now.
Just like, hold on, I can understand this now.
I mean, did you learn a language recently?
Not that I know of. So looking at the sign, I watch to see what it says.
Welcome to the Tower of Babel. We're fucked.
Oh shit! Not this
It
dungeon
appears
again.
to be in common. For some reason, you just couldn't focus on the words last time. It says, "The ring is a path to another tomb. The dead abhor sunlight. Only a jewel can tame the frog. Bow as the dead god intoned, into darkness descend."
Thank you. I was gonna say, how am I?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Here we go.
So would Meepo not understand it, or would I have to say it to him?
It's common, sir.
Okay.
Now you're
Meepo,
just
do you
being
look at
really.
the plaque?
Yeah, I'm a bit shorter, but
Yeah, it's in common.
That's pretty to look at, actually. I like that plaque.
I just want to say, do you think I'm stupid? You just judging me? Oh, can you read English? Can you understand words?
Oh, I'm
What?
sorry. Do you think all lizards can't speak English?
Basically.
I mean,
Hey, Park, I put a thing in
I saw.
Module again for you.
well,
You sure?
I mean, I don't know anything about cobalt species, right? So like,
Oh no, right? You just kill us, right? Yeah.
Glow faintly with
I mean, to be fair, Meepo, they usually try to
transmutation
kill
tool.
us and ransack our
The
village.
right glow
yeah, and then,
with necromancy.
I mean,
We
yeah,
don't
'cause
usually have a cordial conversation with the
speaking a
kobolds.
language and reading a language are two entirely different things.
Just because one can speak doesn't make them intelligent.
I love how I used that quote this morning.
Hey, Anime, thanks for the
so we're gonna
resub.
continue to the
20
door.
months. We're using Prime Gaming. Enjoy 30 days of ad-free viewing as well as the best
Park
30
is
months on
otherwise
Twitch.
occupied.
Oh, is he?
Welcome on in, man.
Oh, no.
Yep.
All right, at this time, I'd say your detect magic has faded.
Did
I
you?
wanted to get to the door before my magic faded.
So I'm sorry, does that say Bow as the dead god entombed or Bow as the dead god entombed?
That's what it reads.
Fair. There wasn't a phonetical guide right next to it?
No. No apostrophe, no asterisks, no cited quotes.
What about an accent aigu?
Grave.
A droit? Okay.
Grave.
Oh, that's a door. Okay.
Yes.
I'll let you get to the door. It doesn't appear to be magic.
Okay, I was gonna say how far do I make it? So I guess I get over here.
You get within visual range of your detect magic before
Okay.
it dips.
Before it gives out.
Yep. Is everybody else just sitting on the staircase?
I guess
Bartholomew,
so.
Nancer,
They're just
what are you
trying to
guys
have a
doing?
picnic on the stairs.
I've been waiting for Hectic to move. But
You
I
can
haven't
move
said-
through people.
No, it's because I don't want to leave Orvex alone behind.
Oh no, Orvex is going to be following them.
Oh, okay. That's what I was doing too. I'm sorry.
No,
You were waiting on Orvex, the man behind you? Just wondering.
No, Orvex is always going to move and follow. Don't worry about that. I'm
Yeah,
just doing
Nanter
other
right
things
now
as you
is carrying
transition
the back.
between floors.
Okay.
Yeah, Nanter right now is protecting Orvex with 2 Nanters.
Because Bartholomew, you're supposed to be in front of Orvex. Behind, yeah.
I said, Park, I'd like to get a good look at that door again.
All right. So as you approach the de jour, it's a very, very big stone door. As said before, it is 9 foot wide by 9 foot high stone, and at the human head height, so your height, Roger's height, Zarius's height, there are 3 oval holes that are carved into this 9 foot wide door. As you approach, 3 humanoid heads stick out of the holes, each covered in a putrid flesh and gnashing on an iron bit bolted to a chain bridle.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's see if I
Good job.
can do something.
So, what is ahead of us?
Well, down below is a large room.
Did this
With-
work?
You gonna show it? Nope. Can't really see them.
You're right, because they're behind a door.
Oh.
See them poking their heads up through these oval holes.
Just say continuing down the stairs, there's a room down there with 4 statues and what appears to be a large pit of some kind.
That's about 75 feet down.
Well, should probably see what's on this floor before we can descend.
So shall we
Yeah.
backtrack to the last passage?
my detect magic is down though, so if you guys want that back up, it'll be a 10-minute pause. But I'd say we get away from this really weird door.
I can agree with that.
Door's a little sus, bro.
I
Yes,
think I should leave the door alone. It seems
All right,
very
everybody,
angry.
back along the rail and step back a little bit,
Angie door.
I guess I'll head
Tiger.
back up here.
and then
Angie
I'll
door
move,
is Angie.
move ahead of you, Roger.
Have you tried Bellog?
The door opens. Shit.
Door opens and grabs Meepo.
17 runes glow bright white as a crescent moon forms between both sides of the door, and it
Blossoms into a white tree.
and then
what?
out from the door is a kraken
Okay, wow, okay, that escalated quickly.
with 3 zombies in its tentacles. No, damn it, Karen!
All right, so I'm gonna proceed down this hallway. Everybody, yes.
Yep. Since we don't want to deal with 3-headed door and we don't want to deal with angry statue, I guess
All right.
hallway is the winner.
Why
I'm
do
good.
you not want to deal with angry statue and 3-headed door?
Well, nobody proposed an option for angry statue, and everyone said back away from the door.
Well, I mean, we could always like attack the door, but I don't think it'd be a great idea.
That's not the
The
best
door has
idea.
a bunch of runes of with scratches of people falling. Yeah, no, I choose not falling. That sounds great to me.
Okay, then let's not do that. Which hallway should we go down first? The first one straight down the stairs, or the one you're next to, John?
I think we're going to the one I'm next to. We're checking
Well,
this.
the one down the stairs has the angry jade statue that nobody had an option for at the moment, which I opened with. So probably this one.
Okay.
All right. Gonna be checking the floor in front of me as I step toward it.
How did Meepo end up taking up the rear?
He just kind of hung up by the door there.
Yeah. Well, I was coming back, but
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
When Zar gets right here, he's going to stare at the plaque.
Menacingly.
No, he's just inspecting it. He doesn't trust anything here anymore.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Roger
his-
learned that a few sessions in.
Yeah, so his character token looks very serious.
So Zarius learned faster than Roger. But Roger's not a smart man.
Well, it kind of Zar's got something that Roger doesn't have. His deity literally resurrected him with the last of her power and told him to go fucking kill the thing that's stopping people from crossing over.
It is a
kinda don't-
very fancy, polished, well-made bronze plaque with intricate etching into it of common language. Seems to be adhered to the wall by some sort of molded melding fashion.
You're right, Zarius. Roger's just doing it out of the goodness of his heart and because it's morally right.
Zar just wants to go back to the grave.
He liked being dead.
We wouldn't let you die. And we kind of told you that.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's you guys shocked me with that, by the way.
All right, so I'm
I
gonna
was
be
surprised too.
checking the floor in front of me as I, same as before, kind of feeling around on it, seeing if it has any give in it whatsoever like that.
If you're
as before.
trying to detect for traps, say, I wish to detect traps. Or
I wish
look
to
for
detect-
traps.
I wish to look for traps.
Because if you're just feeling around on the floor, you're just putting your hand on the floor.
Okay.
You got to tell me if you're trying to look for traps.
All right, I'm feeling around for traps.
Okay.
The floor explodes.
Right? Like, okay.
And
not,
the roof caved in.
I'm
That's-
looking for
I am
traps.
looking for
Feeling
traps.
around for traps is pressing buttons in
Is
the
like-
control
Feeling
room with angry buttons.
Yeah.
for traps.
Yeah, there's a difference between looking at a cage to see if there's an animal in it or sticking your hand in the cage to feel for the animal.
Slight difference. Yes.
Slight difference.
Okay.
So I just want you to be clear. So I
Puts
know what
hand
you're
in
doing.
cage. Is there an animal in here? Pulls out hand. It's just bone.
Right.
Yes. Yes, there is animal.
Still unsure. All right.
I want to point out, I think it was Lumi, but he did stick his hand in that statue in the hallway that one time.
Yep.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He did indeed.
John almost did too. All right. Go ahead and give me the Dex plus proficiency.
Okay.
Doesn't look trapped.
Okay. Moving to the next one to feel for traps. Nope. Ugh.
Doesn't look trapped.
Okay, stepping ahead. Ugh.
Doesn't look trapped.
Okay. Stepping ahead again.
Do I notice anything unique about these walls? Or ceiling or floor for that matter?
Nope, it's the same as on the first floor. The walls are carved intricately in what appears to be a maze-like pattern.
The ancient etchings of Mar Ao.
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
Mar Ao, the super brother.
Yep.
That next roll was for the next one.
Yeah, no, doesn't appear to be trapped.
Okay.
Are you going to go 5 feet by 5 feet looking for traps? Okay, doesn't appear to be trapped. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. That's all.
Yeah, Roger, I think we'll be all right for this little bit.
See,
further.
do you see the blackness around the map? That's what the first level was supposed to look like. Unless this is what you guys saw on the first level, then awesome.
Yeah, this looks exactly like what I saw on the first level.
Okay, because my view was a little different when I went to player mode. That's all.
No, for the most part, yeah, this was... I mean, I saw longer than I should.
Real quick, pull back up the just switch back to the top layer. I'll send you a quick screenshot real fast. This was my view of the map, and there is a chunk that is my fault because I accidentally drug myself outside the corner of the map. You're good to switch back while I send you this. So I accidentally misclicked and drug myself into the wall in like the middle-ish section there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see that. I got really worried because I accidentally set the map to have daylight, which I thought revealed other portions you shouldn't have seen. So that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Yeah, no. The only thing I can see that was weird is you can see that top middle chunk. That yeah, because that's where I actually clicked through the wall when I was trying to move.
Oh, gotcha.
So.
Yep. No, thank you for that. I've been worrying about that for months.
Bartholomew pokes his head around the corner.
And that made me think you guys are the best non-meta gamers imaginable.
Oh, he
We
totally
are.
knew about it the whole time.
100%.
What are you doing, John?
Proceeding to the end of the hallway here to peer
Or was that
down
Bartholomew?
I was trying to say something.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I misheard.
Bartholomew pokes his head around the corner and still hiding behind the wall. Is it safe to come down yet?
I mean, for now.
You sure?
I mean, is it ever really safe?
I just
No, that's what I've been trying to tell everybody.
Okay, don't need to get snappy with me, Roger. I'm just...
As you keep going forward, you see that you're coming upon a 4-way intersection. The hallway in front of you continues on further to what appears to be a checkerboard patterned room. And then the hallways to your left and right appear to continue on. But as you're starting to get closer to it, you notice that the hallways to your left and right appear to slightly curve upward.
Okay. So the hallways to the left and right of us appear to curve. So I won't be able to see exactly what's there. And I'm peering down them. Obviously, I only can see like
what you can see.
Yeah. Okay. Wasn't sure if it yeah. Shall we go straight on or pick a path again?
Either way, you're picking the path.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of leading. I mean,
All right. Let's go straight because we see it's ahead of us.
Until one of us dies, I guess you're in the lead. And then
As
when
you
somebody
pass-
dies, you lose that ability.
As you pass the corridor, you notice to the north passage to your left, there appears to be the corpse of a half-human, half-goat creature. As the pathways to your south and your north continue to curve upward until the passageway goes out of view from the ceiling.
Okay. So there's something dead in the hallway just here.
The corpse appears to be gripping a staff of some form that is tipped with a bronze head of some sort.
Can you repeat the description of the hallway?
Sure. It is, so you're at a 4-way intersection. The corridors to the north and south curve upward and out of sight. But there doesn't appear to be any steps or rails. There on the northern corridor, there appears to be a corpse of a half-human, half-goat creature. It appears to be in robes, and it is gripping a staff that is tipped with a bronze head of some form.
Do the north and south hallways appear to be curving inward towards each other?
They appear to be curving upwards and out of sight.
But can I deduce the curvature?
You know that they're curving up and out of sight. You can't see past that.
Curving up and out of sight.
I don't know. What's your math skill? Are you proficient in math?
Not an option to choose from.
Right. Hadn't been invented yet.
Math. What's math?
So it's like a vertically curving.
Yes, it is curving upwards slowly.
Well, there's like, think of a spiral staircase. That's a curve up.
It is
Like,
okay. Yes, but it
I'm
is
trying to
okay.
figure
It
out-
is a straight path that curves up, and then the ceiling blocks your sight from the pathway.
Okay.
Would you
That
say
made-
this is more like Karazhan levels?
Yeah, I was confused too, Dami, when he said it, because I was
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh.
it's like 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's what I was trying to wrap my head around.
You could allude it to that. Yes.
Well, if you're at the bottom of the circle, if you're at the bottom of the ring, that's how it would look. It curves up, but just with this picture, that doesn't. I mean, it makes sense now. That's all I'm saying. When I was in the corner without seeing the hallway, it didn't make sense. But now that I see the picture and that description, it makes sense.
Yes.
That's why
The
I asked.
floor's view continues, but your view is blocked by the ceiling because it is going up past the ceiling.
Yep.
But it
Okay.
is slowly curving upwards
Okay.
as if a ramp.
All right.
But there are no steps, no stairs. It is just the same tile floor you've seen. And then the room in front of you appears to be a tiled floor that has a sarcophagus in the center. And with Roger's passive perception, he can hear the clanging and gnashing of bone as well as metal on tile.
In front or
In front.
the hall? Careful, John. Something's.
Yes,
in
I hear
there.
it.
It sounds oddly familiar to something you've heard in the level above.
Guessing the thing we just fought with the funky skull.
Yes. That sounds good to me as well. How do you want to play this? Do you want to switch out who's in front and move in?
By the way, Orvex is always going to be behind Bartholomew, so if that changes how people move, I just can't always move him when Bartholomew moves.
Yeah. Oh.
Jesus, people.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Here,
I
hold
mean,
on.
we had a marching order, but nobody likes
Okay,
it.
who was Orvex supposed to be behind? I thought it was Bartholomew.
It was
me,
Bartholomew.
yes, but I am more than happy to move to make
So,
sure.
the original order was John, Roger, Meepo, Bartholomew, Orvex, Zarius.
Echo.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, that works.
And then Nanter, and then Nanter 2.0.
I was saying Nanter was always in the back.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's getting in the middle.
Because you moved your token underneath Nanter's, Arius.
No,
I moved mine first.
Okay.
This is the marching order we had.
Don't worry, Dammy, you didn't say anything you weren't supposed to.
I know. I'm like, okay. Don't mind me. I'm just no clipping.
All right, so
I'll do one of that.
I guess,
There you go.
yeah. So I guess John and Roger can obviously hear what's going on ahead of us, and should we
Roger can.
I say I can't.
No. That's why I warned you about it.
Okay.
Does it sound like the creature who has the key skull?
It sounds similar to that kind of creature.
Okay. There's the whatever that thing that undead, not the one in the chest, but the thing that was guarding the chest room. Sounds up ahead.
Skeleton?
Huh?
The metal skull skeleton?
Yeah, that thing. But
See, if it's got another key skull, we're gonna have to deal with it.
okay. But I need to see something. I'll go as far south as I can in the hallway.
All right, you start to slowly walk up.
Mm-hmm. Tell me when I need to stop.
You start to lose sight of your party, but you seem to be walking straight. You know you're going up, but you're walking straight.
I'm going to go slowly and see if I notice anything.
You've lost sight of where you came from because the ceiling has blocked your view.
Okay, I walk back a step or back a square.
Okay, so you're going back towards them?
What I assume is towards them, yes.
Hmm?
Do I start to notice them?
Yeah, you start to see them.
Huh.
But the path continues up from where you walked back from. It continues.
Right.
It keeps going up.
Um,
Your perspective doesn't change. It's the weirdest thing.
No, I understand. Apparently my description was apt.
I can't tell you that, but yes.
I know. I know. Inadvertently apt description.
So I'd like to know what the story is with this dead guy here.
Ooh, did someone say dead guy?
So
Oh no, that's from behind.
the one particular part of that plaque struck me looking at the formation or architecture of this room, this hallway. If the obelisk outside told us everything we needed to know about entering and the first floor, that plaque, I can reason, tells us what we need to know at the very least about this floor. And
to me.
I dare say this hallway is the ring to another tomb. The ring that is a path to another tomb. Which, if this ring is a path to another tomb, and everything's a trap, then we need to check out this hallway before we go forward, because that may be a fake tomb.
As you say that, John, Roger, and Meepo get a whiff of very fine smelling wine coming from the room in front of you.
Oh.
Something you guys definitely John and Roger haven't smelled in a long time. Well, for John, it was like yesterday, but
yeah.
Can I disbelieve it's there?
Give me a wisdom check.
Well, Roger is wise, but not wise enough.
Doesn't seem like it.
No, it smells like pretty good wine.
Oh, I have an 18 wisdom. I'm not smart. I'm not intelligent, but I can piece things together.
Yeah, no, it smells like fine wine from the upper echelon inns and taverns around Baldur's Gate.
Say I got a passive wisdom of 15.
It's like 19.
So what do you think, Roger? Should we go up?
I think it would. Yes, I think we don't need to go forward right now.
All right. So we'll go down this path.
Yes, Meepo and Bartholomew, there's a dead guy with a staff that probably needs to be looked at.
And I'll let the dead worshiper handle that. That seems like his style.
He giggles anticipatedly as he squeezes
But-
past Meepo.
I will say,
Keeper skills himself. God
even though this passageway, at least down where I am, as you walk, you appear to be going uphill, but you're always walking flat. So be mindful. There is some trickery here.
Noted. And I go to this side of the body where the head is, and I'm going to inspect the body, see if there's anything from his clothing that I would recognize, or maybe if his staff looks recognizable to me.
Okay. So as you're searching the body, or are you just looking at the clothes and the staff?
Yeah, I'm looking over the clothes and the staff.
Okay. So the clothes appear to be pretty decent robes. They appear tattered and torn a bit, but most of that appears to be from the legs, as those are goat legs, non-human.
Mhm.
The upper half appears to be human of the body. The staff appears to be a nice looking staff, and at the top of it is a brass head, and it is formed in the shape of a goat's head.
Mm-hmm. Look, noticing there's the goats, it has like a lower torso of a goat. Does that strike me as like anything that I would have recognized in studies of anything, perhaps?
History.
Gotcha. Ka-chow. God damn it.
I mean, you've heard of fairy tales of satyrs before. Half man, half goat.
Okay, and you said that the head was like a mask or something? Is that what you said? Or
Not even
maybe-
close.
Okay.
The head of the staff is a
Oh.
bronze goat head.
Okay.
The head of the body is human.
Okay. Gotcha. I mixed those up. My bad. Well, seeing this, Bartholomew is going to try and. Is it laying on its side like the picture is, or is it like laying flat on its back?
No, it's on his side like the picture.
Okay, well, I flip him on his back and I attempt to cast Raise Dead.
As you flip him on his back, his robe on one side slides off, and you see a pouch of some form, as well as a book at his side. 2 books, actually.
I stop what I'm doing and I immediately grab the books and the pouch. The first thing I'm going to do is undo the pouch and look and see what the contents are inside of it.
You see a pot of ink.
Okay, and then I'm going to close the bag back up, lay it down gently beside me. Excuse me, and I'm going to open and look through the books. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat.
The pot
And,
of ink is not stoppered.
So
Yep.
it's not corked, is what you're saying, right?
Correct, and it was full when you opened the bag.
All right, that's good to know. I'm going to gently lay that along with the bag next to me, and then I'm going to open the book and just quickly flip through the pages and
Which
look
one?
and see if there's 2 books.
One appears to be a little ragged and tattered. The other one appears to be pretty well preserved.
I'm gonna look through the ones well preserved first.
It looks like a spell book.
Ooh. Meepo.
I look back.
It appears our friend here is versed in the magical arts.
I really doubt that. I don't think he's much of alive anymore. So how is he going to be casting magic?
I grab the book in my hand and I just hold it up to the page and lift it up. You probably can't see that from where you are, but it's a spell book.
So he used to be. Got
Yes.
it. Okay.
Smart ass. As I threaten myself and then keep
I
flipping
mean,
the
you're a
pages.
necromancer. If you start raising magic minions, I mean, I feel I have the right to be a little concerned.
I take that book and I close it. That doesn't concern me none. He's dead. What's he gonna do with his own body? And I take the Raggedy book and I start looking through it.
The Raggedy Book.
Before he gets too far into that, I said, "Hey, can you throw the spellbook here really fast? I just want to skim through it real quick."
Before I read through it, I close it, grab the one book, and I toss it down the hall towards him.
It hits the ceiling.
Ah, that's right. I get it, and instead of like tossing it high, I'm just gonna toss it low and have it slide on the ground towards him.
It slides about 7 feet from you, Meepo.
I take a step this way, pick it up, and then step back, and I just want to peruse it and find out what spells are in it, if any.
After some time, you find that the spell book is comprised of this. What are you doing, Bartholomew?
I'm flipping through the Raggedy book to see what it is, what the contents are inside of it.
Give me investigation.
All right. Boop. Hope this is a better roll. Hell yeah, it is.
Motherfucker.
Investigation 21. Okay. Quick glancing, you see exploits of something called the Company of the Yellow Banner Cult, or the Yellow Banner Inchult. Stuff about River Oolong, jungle, something about southwest of the jungle of Omu. Brief mentions of puzzle cubes. Discovery of the tomb entrance. A lot of it is tattered and torn and very illegible and incomprehensible. However, the very final entry is very legible and mostly complete. There are some tearings in it. And that is... Wasn't there a way to only show one person?
Yes. Only add to one person's journal.
Yeah, how do I do that?
I don't know. I haven't DM'd in a year.
Edit in play. I got it.
It's like, yeah.
There you go. In your journal.
Hate to be that guy, but I gotta be signing off soon.
I know. Hopefully, we should be coming to a stopping point soon. Don't worry.
Ooh. Oh no.
What's everybody else doing? John, you appear to be out of view from the rest of your party.
Yeah, say I was moving ahead down the path here because I thought we were all gonna head this way.
Nobody's behind you.
Nope. So looking back, I realized that no one is following. Kind of come back down and say, "Are we all headed this way?" And I guess I look over past Roger and over Meepo and see that Bartholomew's messing with the dead guy.
You don't see Bartholomew.
Okay, never mind, I don't. I lied.
Yeah, it's really hard to give 3-dimensional concepts in a 2D plane.
Yes. We don't go anywhere hastily right now, so I don't recommend wandering off too far. Right now, what's curious is the dead body that was up the other hallway that Meepo and Bartholomew are looking at.
Down the hall, Roger. This man's book has some very interesting information you might want to hear.
Go ahead.
And I walk down the hallway while looking in the book still. It appears that our deceased friend was thrown in here by Rosency on the orders of Asirak. So from the last passage here, I'm reading it from word for word. Our company was separated after the incident with the 4-armed gargoyle. The Tomb Guardians tore Seward to pieces, and with him we lost the Star Fallen. Our quest was a failure. Even if we'd found the eye, the elf princess was gone. My friends wouldn't have lasted long without their weapons, especially with a doppelganger in our midst. Of course, they kept his staff, and this was his final resting place here.
The eye.
You now have the journal in. You guys now have this excerpt in your journals.
Is nobody concerned about the fact that his party had a doppelganger in their midst?
No, that definitely struck a chord with me,
that
especially as
was-
our necromantic companion is changing. So
that was the first thing that concerned me. I thought you wanted to hear that. There's a possible doppelganger in this tomb.
and John definitely don't want to be venturing too far if something can look like one of us.
Agreed.
Orvex,
Yes.
does the eye make any sense to you? Is there any lore about something called the eye?
The eye. Let me see. You would think he'd be proficient in history, the fucker.
Right?
What's history? Intelligence?
Dick.
Yes.
No. I have two eyes. The eye sometimes references the sun. The eye of a needle, maybe? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of anything specifically labeled the eye. There are so many.
Well, have you heard of something called the Company of the Yellow Banner?
Oh my, the Company of the Yellow Banner. I know they had something to do. I know my fellow Red Wizards weren't a big fan for some reason. No, it wasn't really privy to that. They seem to be a militant faction, if I remember correctly. Much like, what is it? The Order of the Gauntlet in Baldur's Gate, if I remember correctly. Roger, you may be able to fill me in on that one.
Not much for religion.
I believe they are mostly set out as, much like you all, adventuring party and explorers for relics of legend.
I say I'm decent in religion.
Well, they're not really religious. It's a militant faction.
Oh.
You know what? No. Roger, are you decent in history?
Just history?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
I am if it matters.
It could have reached your ear. Give me history, or actually for you, it would be Arcana as well.
Do you want an Arcana and a history check?
Or.
I mean, honestly, they're both the same. Well, we'll go with history just for fun.
Sure.
Match.
26. You want to whisper?
Sure.
All right. So the Company of the Yellow Banner. There were a very prevalent adventuring party, specifically a single party, and that is what they call themselves. They're very prevalent throughout all of Faerun, and their exploits has reached far and wide. You know of this specifically because of your mentor. He had heard of two things, one of which is known as the Ghost Lantern. It is a very powerful magic item that is said to be able to capture a soul, and you are able to use the power from that soul as long as it remains captured.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna note
Sure.
that down real fast. So I put powerful magic item is a soul lantern and it captures souls. It can use them as long as they're held within.
Yes. It is rumored that an entity known as the Star Fallen was captured inside the Ghost Lantern. Further rumors state the company was looking for a artifact known as the Eye of Zoltek. And their leader was Lord Brixton.
How do you spell that?
Brixton.
Zarthek, sorry.
Zaltec. Zaltec. Zaltec.
L
TEC. Yep. And your mentor
the
was
yellow was led by Ball.
Lord Brixton. Brixton. Your mentor was furious that they found the location, that he thinks they found the location of the eye before he did.
I guess, do I know anything about the Star Fallen?
No, it's rumored that they captured an entity known as the Star Fallen. You didn't get any more information from that.
To something.
Yeah, it could be a person, could be something. It's just it always got referenced when you were listening as the Star Fallen.
Okay.
All
So
right.
overall, powerful magic item, soul lantern, captures souls, use them as long as they're inside. Apparently we're supposed to have Starfall inside. The yellow is in search of something called the Eye of Zoltek. The yellow is led by Lord Brixton. And my mentor was curious that they may have found the eye before him.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Right. The double beeps.
Yeah.
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You guys not join and leave Discord simultaneously?
I have my alert sounds turned off.
No, it's just funny. I hear it twice. That's per person.
Yeah.
I normally hear boo-doo, boo-doo, one for each, but somehow, for some reason, recently it's diddle 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 diddle. Oh, okay.
Huh.
And I don't really care to change it. Can't be bothered.
Bartholomew, when you recite the company of the Yellow Banner, yeah, Meepo, you have a look of recollection on your face. Almost subconsciously, without even thinking about it.
Yeah, and also there's a slight hint of fear.
Yes. He begins to grovel, cower, and beg.
No.
Meepo, are you good?
Yeah, my master used to talk about them.
Good or bad?
Potentially dangerous?
He doesn't seem to be very dangerous at the moment.
Not anymore.
Well,
I mean, so were the other 6 of our comrades that died. They don't look very dangerous.
The Red Wizards. I need to go to bed.
All right, if that's all Meepo's gonna say, we'll go ahead and end it here.
All right.
Boogie boogie.
Yay, you guys made it to level 2.
Yay.
That excerpt about the statues, I'm like, oh, thank God we didn't go to the next floor.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, hell
Right?
no.
Why not?
Oh, hell no.
I noticed that one too. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, hell no.
The statues are not on the next floor.
Oh,
The pit is 75 feet down.
I thought they were in the.
I don't know how big those stairs are. I haven't walked them yet.
The first floor of the pit was 100 feet to the floor. They are 25 feet apart.
Okay.
See, you say that.
So there are a few floors down. Gotcha. Well, now we're
You are
prepared for those.
Asarak, and Asarak is a trickster. Therefore, I can't trust what you say.
But it's the dishonest people you can always trust to be honest. Dishonest.
Exactly. I trust you to be dishonest. It's not. That is the last floor, or that is the next floor.
Also, shouldn't we think about what in the first warning was true and what was false?
And Bartholomew took the 2 books, the bag, and left the staff and the robes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But the next time we play, he's going to go back because he wants to see if he can bring. He wants to see if he can resurrect a magical creature. That's what the next experiment's going to be.
I mean, honestly, out of character, Dan, nothing.
Nah, very well then.
Like nothing.
Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, Nanto is gonna doubt everything. He's like, "What the fuck, man?"
Oh, good. You're on the same page Roger is. Good. Glad you could join me.
Nanto's slowly getting there. Slowly.
Doesn't help Bartholomew change his species.
Oh yeah, no fucking Bartholomew over here changing species.
You know, shit happens, but we'll get. As long as I don't see anything morally wrong, I'm okay with it. Nothing morally wrong with changing species.
Totally.
But don't worry. As far he has no negative qualities except for one that
Hey, I'm
you
friends
might
with
later.
Snowball. Who would have thunk?
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. Good night.
See ya.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Glad
for
nobody died,
playing.
especially with effects.
Nice.